Oui, 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 oui.
S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît, est-ce...
Do any of you need a headset for the interpretation into English? Can you raise your hand, please?
Is anybody needed headphones to translate the conferences in English? Can you raise your hand to see who wants Can you keep your hands raised, please? Ouh là là, comment je t'en suis avec mon anglais là. La traduction, la conférence elle est en français et on vous donne des casques pour...
So the conference is in French, and if you'd like to listen in English, you ask for a headset.
Bonjour.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting us here. Eric and I are delighted to be here. It's the third year that we've come to this festival with a specific positioning. We are a global communications group, a bit atypical, but given our reality, our customers, and our geographical footprint, we can provide an enlightened opinion to the debate. My name is Bruno Talon. I'm the president of the group in France. And let me say a few words about McCann. We're mostly known for what we do for our customers, our brands. We're known for working with big global brands and also local brands in their communication program. We're known for What Else for George Clooney and Nespresso for L'Oréal and the Olympique de Marseille publicity. But alongside that business and to feed that business, we also have innovation centers in countries, big countries like France. That's part of the network. And these countries where we look to detect trends, upcoming trends. So we carry out studies, some recurring studies, some ad hoc studies. And the study we're going to present is an ad hoc one that we organized. Hello, Eric Bertin, and I work with Bruno on all of the topics of the agency. I'm the general manager in charge of strategy. And so I'm really in touch with these studies, and I'm a researcher also at Sciences Po, and that facilitates links with the academic world. The ad hoc study that we're going to present, we call it The Truth About the New Europe, and we'll present it in two main sections, and then we'll have some discussion time with you. Firstly, we're going to cover the 9 main observations that we were able to make based on the study, and then Eric will present the interpretation that we made of the study for the brands, which is really our field of interest. So this study talks about something that we all experience and that everyone's been talking about, especially since yesterday. That's the fragmentation of the continent that we're living on, with a context where we're seeing more and more separatists, people who are unhappy, afraid for the future. We're seeing the creation of new identity politics in the region and in the countries. And these are things that we're also seeing through our customers' experience. But from a paradoxical point of view, we're also seeing a Europe that is increasingly forward-facing, a Europe that's constantly innovating, a Europe that legislates. Our GPD comes from a Europe. It's impacted us in our profession, especially all the digital, all the CRM, database management. It's a Europe that works a lot on the evolution of its structures, thinking about way to manage exchanges. And so in this context, in this paradoxical Europe that is developing, the economic players are real stakeholders and have a role to play. And we're shedding light on a figure that comes from a recurring study that we do in the group. We have a study, Truth About Global Grounds, in a study on Europe and the rest of the world, and we see this figure coming back. 77% of people believe that international brands are better positioned than their own governments to create positive change on society and on their lives. So this is quite a high number, and it's stayed high for some time. And in view of this figure, which is roughly the same in Europe, we asked ourselves about the role that brands can play in this new Europe that's being created around us, and that's why we launched this study a few months ago. I'd just like to talk about the scope of this study. It was quantitative and qualitative, a standard methodology we use with Truth Central. There are samples of 15 to 20,000 interviews with qualitative and quantitative aspects that are taken into account. And what's interesting is that it allows us to have a global understanding of a phenomenon and then also regional or local breakouts. So we have data for France, England, on each of these types of studies. On the Truth About New Europe, in addition to the standard interview format, we also interviewed experts. Some 60 experts were interviewed in each country, in 15 countries, 15 to 20 countries, including France, 60 experts who were interviewed, including the two of us as experts. I say very modestly. So experts were interviewed. So this means that we've generated robust studies, not just statistical, on these big topics. This is very important. One study can contradict another. We all know that. So we have a statistic base that's very robust. So let's look at the first part now. And I'm going to look at the main observations that are derived from the study and that are food for thought, things that are interesting to look at the role of brands in this new environment. So to summarize the 9 points, I'll start with the first one, which is an observation on the importance of security, the feeling that we're being watched, but also the feeling that we need surveillance. We see this in Europe. So 83% of Europeans, it's quite a high number, 83% of Europeans think that the complete data protection should be a right, a personal right, and 71% of Europeans are trying to make their online presence difficult to track. These figures are essentially due to the threats that people are feeling in Europe. It creates mistrust, terrorism, war, climate change, all different types of threats. But it's clear that these threats generate this need for a feeling of security in Europe. And to go even further on this observation, 1/3 of Europeans say that they would support companies that would educate them on how to protect themselves and how to understand different security measures that are available. So we see a feeling, a real need for security that's being expressed at different levels. The second observation, and I think this will really be telling for you in this room, this new Europe is increasingly connected at two levels. Firstly, in terms of the geography, the territory. 89% of Europeans think that in the future Europe will be even more connected than it is today. And you're part of the EasyJet generation that we talk about in the agency. Our generation created the Europe of capitals because we had access mostly to the capitals of the European countries. And the EasyJet generation has access to European regions. It's the Europe of regions. People will go to Biarritz, Toulouse, Bristol, Malaga, Venice. And our generation tended to go to the capitals. So in addition to the geographical link, there is a link through the brands. And here's another interesting figure. 72% of Europeans believe that brands and companies should play a bigger role than they're doing now to bring together Europeans, not just through their own fields or jobs, but also through their way of being and the way that they do their jobs. Third observation concerns a new feeling of belonging that is developing with the idea that more and more Europeans think that we should be able to choose our own nationality or identity. 55% of Europeans, that's quite an interesting figure, that nationality should be a question of choice and not of birth. So we're seeing that the internet has really accelerated this feeling. People feel more loyal to communities than they do to nations. Internet social platforms have created new connections, new links that are no longer based only on geographic proximity, but on proximity in terms of tastes, conditions, points of view. And today we are talking increasingly about e-identity, e-residence, e-nationality. The fourth point, the notion of our heritage. And if we look at this through the lens of global change, we're seeing the heritage of Europe and Europeans' culture. Europe's culture. Culture is a real marker for Europeans. 43% of Europeans believe that Europe is above all a culture. We asked people to say what they felt Europe represented, and 43% said it represented a culture that is expressed in different ways. And the second figure is important. So 43% believe it's a culture, and 53% of Europeans mention the monuments and historical sites in their region as their biggest cultural pride. And we live on a continent that thrives because of our cultural economy. We have the Eurozone, but there are also the other regions of the world who appreciate this culture. And the brands themselves, in their ways of acting, in their ways of communicating, can support or encourage local culture. And those that do so are better perceived by the Europeans. Fifth observation, things that connect us, that in our cultural base is diversity. 80% of Europeans believe that cultural diversity is Europe's greatest strength or wealth, and as such, it should be celebrated by Europeans. So we talk about this with beer, the brewing, the mixing is a wealth. So Europeans consider that this diversity, this brewing, is a real positive aspect. This cultural mixing also generates creativity. 71% of Europeans see globalization as a means to stimulate creativity. And as a result, Europeans are expecting that brands focus and give value to cultural diversity and to use it as an inspiration for innovation. When we ask the question to Europeans, when we ask them to define, in your mind, which country is the most trend-setting country, the most symbolic of new European creativity, you might be surprised, but most of the countries mention Germany, probably in association with the previous point. The sixth observation, the human dimension, the dimension of solidarity, is very important. And we're seeing in the study that people want more of benevolence and empathy in Europe. And in most countries, 74% of Europeans believe that their job contributes or their work contributes to collective well-being, and 78% believe that countries should pay individuals enough money to cover their basic needs. This means that Europeans believe, and they feel strongly about this, they feel that their professional activity has a caring dimension to it, that they have a benevolent or positive attitude to society, and that they're positive for their ecosystem. And as such, no robot could replace them in the work that they do. So it's quite an interesting aspect. And we'll see that people are really focusing on solidarity and human connection. Point 7, another feeling that we're seeing develop is the need for more solidarity, more collaboration, which could be elements that could help us to define the renewal of the European dream, with 73% of Europeans thinking that we should be sharing more and owning less. So they really appreciate values like the community being more important than the individual, quality of life more important than wealth, and universal and human rights being more important than property rights. And this is not limited to a younger generation like yours, but it's true through all of the target audiences. And similarly, Europeans express the new European dream through the expectation of an increasingly collaborative economy. 79% of Europeans believe that companies should work more together to find collaborative solutions, cooperate amongst themselves, and cooperate with all of the stakeholders in the society that they're living and working in. We have some examples, and they're not all European, but some work better in Europe than they work elsewhere. For instance, Airbnb or couch surfing, that came from an observation, a trip made by an American in Iceland, BlaBlaCar and Hitch, that are startups, one older than the other, that are based in France. The 8th observation concerns well-being associated with technology, and we're seeing that there's a general desire, a general aspiration in Europe to go through a digital detox. That's an interesting figure, especially for the younger members of the audience. 42% of Europeans would prefer to use less technology in their lives in future. So we're seeing a movement towards digital detox, to pull back partially or totally from certain platforms, social platforms, or from connections, or the number of connections during a day or a year, to come back to more direct human contact and returning to a level of spirituality and calm. Why we're seeing well-being and yoga, healthy eating, all of these things becoming more important. A last observation on sustainability. Concerning the will to create, to build a sustainable Europe with the circular economy as an ideal. Public opinion in Europe, and this is very clear in the study, puts economic players in front of their responsibilities as ecological players. So economy and ecology go hand in hand. In the past, it was antinomic, and it benefited some actors to be either one or the other. Today, there's no more choice. Economy and ecology go hand in hand, and European public opinion that is emerging, and we see this in the background of the study, they're putting economic players directly in front of their responsibility as ecological players. So circularity is becoming a new economic mode, the way that people consume and the way that Europeans assess what they buy. And so to conclude on these observations, sustainability is no longer an option. It's mandatory when you look at the figure. 96% of Europeans believe that companies should be dragged in front of the courts, and if you need be, to protect nature. Europeans are expecting brands to have values that go beyond their brand and product, that have values that include responsibility, sustainability. So Europeans are saying they are expecting brands to be honest and sincere. So we're seeing different types of expectations that come out of this. We'll go into the details. These are quite wide-ranging expectations. And then what's interesting to see is how the economic players, brands, companies, can be legitimate to respond. So we talked about data protection. We talked about connection, sharing, cohesion, the environment. These are things that people have been considering important for some time now. The human factor that we'll come back to. It's much more specific than it was in the past, and the relationship between the micro-local levels and the regional and global levels. So in this context, what seemed interesting to us was to question the position of brands and economic players in this new landscape, knowing that there is growing pressure on economic players to either respect or comply with standards or to take initiative on certain topics. So what seems to be appearing is a type of gray zone between the political and economic fields, where the brands could have a field of action. The political sphere is being challenged in terms of its legitimacy, its ways of working, and the standard economic field and even the intermediary bodies are being challenged.
And between the two, there's room. There's room for a new kind of action, something that's going to be carried out by the brands or allowed by the brands. How can I put it? There's a new dimension that the brands have picked up on, and companies generally. They have a very important role to play. They can become mediators. Brands and companies can pick up the technological infrastructure and use that infrastructure. Digital enablement, that's what we call it. It's, so that everybody benefits from that infrastructure. So with brands, economic business players, it takes on an awful lot of power. And now what's interesting for us here is that up until now, or for many years, brands have been fairly static. They created economic and commercial value using a symbolic territory. You are familiar with brands. They all grab some kind of value territory, something that makes them appear good and beautiful. And so they've appeared in a very controlled kind of framework. An advert is a whole universe. It's completely controlled by brands and businesses. So brands are beings that are static. So the radical change introduced by the digitalization of existence has driven brands to be more interactive, really interactive, not just pretending to be interactive, because for many years brands pretended to interact. You know, when you saw a consumer in an advert, for example, it was just pretend, basically. So digitalization has forced brands to come out of their little boxes, their closed-off areas, and to be part of real life. But it's also enabled something else through technical infrastructures, through platforms. And now brands have a kind of a plastic characteristic. They can change progressively. Brands can become more organic beings. So a bit like molecules, they can have inputs and outputs, and they can initiate things that they don't necessarily then control. So it's this plasticity, if you like, that kind of grey area, the shady area, that is generating and leading to different collective individual actions. We've identified two that appear fairly interesting to study, as Bruno was saying. First of all, there's this expectation, an expectation in relation to brands and companies. We want them to attenuate some of the tensions running through our society. There are many initiatives introduced by brands trying to attain recognition for minorities, work on gender diversity or any kind of diversity. There are an awful lot of initiatives out there. And this meets an expectation for empathy. This was one of the main conclusions, in fact, of the study, Truth About Global Brands, that McCann carried out across the world. That's one of the major expectations for any kind of public. You know, how can the brand reduce the empathy gap, the lack of empathy, in other words, that we have in our society? Our society, which is riddled with tension and different centrifugal forces and different inequalities. So that's the first point, trying to repair what needs to be repaired. And the second point is, well, how can brands, how can businesses make us move from a model based on competition, very antagonistic, to a model based on cooperation and collaboration? And increasingly, what we're seeing, and this is reflected in the different movements that we're all seeing today. It reflects the idea of how can we provide an answer, a solution to a society whose business model recommends a fight without mercy, which is going to recompense the strongest, reward the strongest. So we're talking about businesses, brands, companies, but also consumers. It's about making a switch or counterbalancing this antagonistic logic, this pure head-on competition in order to create value, replacing it with a model that's based more on cooperation and collaboration, but a model that also creates value. Because at the end of the day, what we want is an alternative model. So, concerning this first topic, let me just give you a figure. 73% of Europeans are expecting brands and companies to bring together Europeans around the threat of uncertainty. There's really this expectation. It's a very strong expectation. It's something that is reflected in different ways. Inclusion has become a word that's very much bandied about. There are many companies, very many brands that are undertaking initiatives in order to demonstrate that empathy can help to reduce inequalities, can help with recognizing difference and boost people's confidence, especially minorities. So this is the initiative. This is the Dove initiative, for example, carried out by Dove. So it's something that is also reflected in new communities and their actions with new types of belonging, not just the nation-state belonging. The study shows a very interesting figure. Almost 50% of Europeans, so it's even higher in France, in fact, consider that the nation-state model is not as popular as it was, especially young people. This sovereign state model is losing speed. And very often, the communities that we have, thanks to digital technologies that are not necessarily durable, that may be one-off kind of communities, that they are, they can be temporary communities, focusing on specific subjects, but the level of investment is often inversely proportional to the durability of the movement itself. So we've got new opinion dynamics across Europe, and many people feel that they belong more to this kind of nationality that doesn't really belong to any specific country. It's kind of a cross-border nationality. So people want to be involved in very concrete actions, and brands, companies can help with that because they provide the means, they provide the infrastructure for this. There's another initiative, Patagonia initiative, the GoHat project. It was a huge petition that was launched to save European rivers and the ecosystems of certain European countries that are being very much deteriorated. And there were 150,000 signatures that were taken to the World Bank to help with reconstruction and development in order to put pressure on the bank. So Patagonia is not... Well, it's not Patagonia that's acting itself. Patagonia provides basically a structure. It hosts the structure. And that's important. It's important to differentiate. Political questioning for brands and companies, it's not about replacing political legitimacy or institutional legitimacy. It's about seeing how far they can act in these grey, shady areas. Very often they have the tools that are very high-performing to be able to do this. Patagonia simply provided a structure, a hosting framework, able to centralize and facilitate and amplify this kind of action. And people found themselves. They found themselves, not as a nationality, as belonging to a nationality, but as a member of a community. So this sense of belonging to a digital community is not as strong. In fact, quite a high level of populations. I'll come back to that question of community and the feeling of belonging to communities thanks to digital technologies. It's a bit complicated. Anyway, so we've got the sense of belonging. So I've got 5 minutes, only 5 minutes to go. I see. Can I take 10 minutes? Okay, we'll try and speed things up. So there's the one nation that is based in Marseille. It's based on the idea that people are misunderstood. These people in Marseille are combatants, but they can be anywhere in the world. So these initiatives are fairly complicated to manage. You can move from an opportunity to opportunism. For example, greenwashing is a theme that is threatening many companies today. We're seeing it every day. Just a little example. HSBC tried to focus on Brexit and use it to its best advantage, and there was a lot of backlash because of that. Now, the question raised, it's very simple, this question. What we're seeing is that there's a switch from communication to action. This seems very simplistic, put like that. But in reality, the problem is how can you be sincere when you're a company or a brand and you're supporting actions? How can you facilitate what consumers are doing by putting them inside an initiative, including them in an initiative without appearing to be too opportunistic, without appearing to want to develop your image? Okay, let me go very quickly on to the second point then. So, we were talking about moving from a competitive model to a collaborative or cooperative model. Both models work together, of course. So, what about collaboration between companies? There's the B Corp community that was founded in 2006 in the United States. The idea was to bring together as many companies as possible for whom the societal mission was a global performance indicator for the company. So this movement is developing a lot. There are 60 companies in France that are part of the movement. So it's all about creating an alliance. That's what the logic is. And what's very important in this part, I believe, is that today nobody can do things alone. Nobody can be successful alone, whether we're talking about individual consumers or brands or celebrities. It's all about alliance today, partnerships. So this notion of collaborating has become it's kind of bandied about as well. All brands, all companies are involved in collaborating. In fact, so in this fragmented world where everybody has a voice, this idea of alliance has become a driving force. So Bruno said this earlier on. So consumers want to share more and possess less. This is what they're saying. There are many initiatives that are trying to recreate economic, social, and political value by moving away from the conventional growth model. So, there's the circular economy. We've already mentioned that, for example. An economy based on participation. You will have seen that many stakeholders, many companies, businesses refuse to subscribe to the notion of Black Friday, like that Belgian brand, Belrose, that transformed it into Blue Friday. They didn't do any promotions, and the gap in sales, the difference in sales, they invested into saving oceans. So that's a very good illustration. So it's all about getting rid of intermediation, and that's a fundamental question when it comes to, changing this agonistic model, getting rid of intermediation, creating value thanks to sharing between people. Okay, I'll move through these different initiatives fairly quickly. In fact, I'll jump them. Now, another source of collaboration where companies and brands are doing something focuses on reducing the digital divide, but also reducing the financial divide. In other words, facilitating education in digital technology and buying into financial management tools, helping people to buy into those tools, people who don't necessarily have the material or intellectual means of doing so otherwise. Anyway, I don't have time to go into that in details. But in Poland, there was a whole program called Business Facelift. It was initiated by MasterCard, working with NGOs specialized in urban design. The idea was to help small businesses that were disappearing, giving them tools to help with their shop signs, to help them improve their business models as well. You'll you'll be able to have a look at the presentation later on. I think it will be available. So that's another emblematic initiative by Quant, a French research engine promoting a safer internet with no individual traceability. I'll try and conclude because I think we've run out of time. In fact, the challenge ahead, because we've already described the lovely side of the coin, the evolution of the model, the cultural, economic and social model has changed. But there's still a lot to be done, and we can't forget that all brands and companies want to create value. That's their business model. They want recognition. So there's a first challenge, a first equation. So we've got to find a balance between credibility and visibility, because very often these initiatives that we're seeing, they start in the field. They're not very visible. They're grassroots, but then very soon businesses need to have them recognized. In fact, there's a kind of contradiction between the visibility threshold and the confidence threshold. In other words, the more visible the initiative, the more awareness, the more mistrust or distrust might be created. So this is the first paradox, if you like. Communicating tends to undermine the initiative. In other words, it tends to shed guilt on it. So that's the first thing that's very complex. It's quite complicated to understand. The second thing is linked to that first thing. These initiatives, we're not talking about campaigns anymore. A campaign is too much linked to advertising. A campaign is about managing problems, using images, using pictures. An initiative is a group of individuals focusing on a project in order to achieve objectives. So we're talking more about initiatives today. And these initiatives often start in some kind of fabric, a citizen fabric or an individual fabric, so something small scale. Now, what happens is when these initiatives get big, they're much more visible. They're victims of their success. So how do you then make sure that they are seen as ethical as they were to begin with? How do you get them to slowly change from something that's micro and local or regional to something that's more global? And this is something that Patagonia does very well, one of my favorite brands.
I
think we can conclude, maybe not with an initiative, but with a campaign. And in fact, I don't know whether you saw the last campaign by Opel. Opel with PSA has a new life. And if you've seen it in France, it's a European campaign. It's a campaign created by Europeans. So that's interesting already. 4 creatives from 4 major Europeans working together with different countries to design a platform which initially was born in Germany but was made for Europeans, or born in Germany, made for us all. That was the advertising message. So the message is that it's for a European population, a European public, and it uses sounds that are linked to Europe. So this is the English version. No sound, unfortunately.
Countless shortcuts for your darkest days, for your bumpy roads, every tiny parking spot. You make us engineer great cars for everyone. Opel, born in Germany, made for us all. Discover now the Opel 120 years models with attractive option packs.
So let's finish with that little video. You will have recognized the European hymn sung by somebody playing on the piano. Thank you very much. I think it's time for questions now.
Vous avez mentionné.
So you said the wish to emphasize diversity. Do you know when this wish started to appear, and how did it impact the societies at that time? Well, the most emblematic initiative, the oldest initiative, is the Dove initiative, with its campaign. Dates back 15 years now, I believe. So it showed bodies of women, and it focused on the equality of beauty. It was much before the emergence and of the theme of inclusion and diversity and recognition of minorities. So they were very much ahead of their time, Dove, with this advert. Now, of course, there have been other adverts since then. In Asia, I think it started. It was a campaign for Asia. And after that, it was so successful, it was so new, that it was rolled out into other Dove countries. Unilever took it over. And it became a kind of the base, if you like, of the strategic platform for the Dove brand. And it had a huge impact on the sector. But in terms of brands, I'd say it was Dove 15 years ago that started everything off. I'm sorry, the gentleman needs to use a microphone, otherwise we cannot hear in the interpreting booth. Sorry. So you based your first part on statistics with many interviews that you referred to. Do you know what the pyramid or panel of ages of people interviewed is, and their professional or social categories that they belong to? No, we don't have the split, sorry, or the breakdown. But we're looking at a population between the ages of 18 and 65, but we don't have the results according to age group. But it would be interesting to look at that, yes. Do you really think that brands today have the same impact that they had 10, 15, 20 years ago? I don't know whether this is just my own opinion, but I don't see adverts anymore. I only use Netflix. I listen to music using Spotify. So I don't have the same vision as brands, or the vision that you might have had of brands. MasterCard, Dove, we're talking about 20 years ago. So I wanted to know whether you really think that brands still have the same impact as they did in the past. Yes, that's a very important question. Yes, they are in a difficult situation because of the society and how horizontal it is today. Everybody is producing, writing, influencing, producing content. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that, you know, everybody is suspecting everybody else. You know, there's the tyranny of transparency. So all actions need to be filtered all the time. And then you've got the model of communication that is changing. In other words, individuals they're looking at screens, different screens at the same time, and they are exposed to brands in very different ways, changing ways. And so the communication model has changed very much. There are fewer big TV campaigns because to reach out to different types of public, it's not the best kind of medium to use. And they're fighting. They're fighting through their actions. They are introducing a lot of initiatives via social media. They use digital technologies. But I think the most important thing is that, well, instead of imposing a message, they're encouraging things to emerge. They're much more relevant and efficient when they help a message to emerge. So when they are aggregating rather than dictating a stance, a position. Yeah, I just wanted to add something to that. I might disappoint you, but I think they're still there, brands. They're still within your sphere of action and behavior, but they're there differently. They're changing. They've changed. They've mutated. They've adapted to new generations. They've adapted to new consumer modes. You talked about Netflix. If that's not a brand, I don't know what a brand is anymore. So, yes, you've been had, basically. So you talking about old brands, but no, Netflix is a brand too. It's a new brand. Perhaps in 5 years' time, the people here will say, well, you've got old brands like Netflix, and then they will cite other brands that are newer. Perhaps the old brands that you're talking about, perhaps you are seeing them in Netflix series because they have products in those series, or because they've generated content that is being displayed via Netflix through a series that you think is brilliant, but in fact, it's being co-financed by a brand. So there's a whole ecosystem out there that is changing. But at the end of the day, everything you're seeing, everything that we're seeing, well, we believe in that profession, and all of the studies that we do at European and world level are showing that brands, and especially global brands, they're continuing to be seen in an increasingly complex world. They've got their landmarks, and more they're in line with what a brand means. A brand means a landmark, basically. That's what a brand is. So you're right, but at the same time, things are changing. Things are changing, and they do have a future ahead of them, do brands. Do you think that the need to protect data can be reconciled with the need of brands to pick up information in order to focus on a specific population? We are not legislators. And, well, what can we say? I think increasingly we are living in a world, and I don't want to draw a terrible simile, a world where everything is at the same time. Brands at the same time have to do different actions because the expectations of the general public are increasingly targeted and precise or even individualized. So they need to understand their target public. But at the same time, people don't want to be disturbed. They don't want to be disturbed in what they're doing. So I'd like to say yes, it does add a kind of a supervision that you might say is a constraint or a requirement, or you can also refer to that as a best practice. I think it also depends on the quality of the way data is used by brands. And the major difficulty today is that brands, and I'm talking about brands in the broad sense of the term, because Google is also a brand, Netflix is a brand, all brands are trying to pick up data. But very few regardless of the legal problems, that very few are able to transform that data into value propositions for consumers, for individuals. So I think it's all about contracts. It's a logic based on contracts. If a brand can create a contract, can set up a contract that offers value, if you give me that data, this is what I will give in exchange for that data. And when I say in exchange, it means not just some kind of sales proposal. You can click there and have access to a newsletter and then be reoriented towards, Amazon and buy a book. That's it. That's picking up data without transforming that data into value. When brands are able to do that, when they can fulfill this new contract, that there will be a social impact. There will be a digital social impact. But there is also a political dimension. There's the ultimate risk of finding that things are ultra customized through personal data. This means that there will be greater fragmentation of individuals. There will be an exponential fragmentation of individuals. There are many studies about how data can be governed. There's a philosopher called Rouvois who has demonstrated the political risks of this fantasy that is focusing on optimizing data. Okay, I think we'll put an end to the conference now because we've already gone over time. We can thank Mr. Talon and Mr. Berton.
Ouais, c'est bon, nickel. Bonjour. La conférence.
Good morning. The conference will take place in English. There'll be translation into French. So if you would like to listen to the French, please raise your hands. So keep your hands raised and I will bring headsets.
Super, merci beaucoup. Je te le reprends tout à l'heure pour les questions.
Oui, oui, c'est ça.
This one is maybe we have to. No, don't touch. She said when they are not working. Okay. Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Bonjour. To be with us for the lunchtime. I hope you will not regret to skip your lunch. We shortly introduce ourselves. I am Guillaume Tournaire. I'm from Grenoble Métropole. And my colleague Sylvia Pintaris is from the city of Munich. We have proposed this conference during the festival for two reasons. First, because we think that it's important to speak about what's happened in Europe about cities. What are their role, what are their place in Europe, and how they have to cope with European policy, with national policy, and with surrounding territories. And the second one is because we had the opportunity of the visit of Sylvia for an European project related to peri-urban area, landscape, and green infrastructure called Los Dama. And she was there, and it was an opportunity to have an exchange. We are practitioners of public policy, of European policy. We are not experts, academic experts. We are not researchers. We are only practitioners, and we wanted to just to give you our view of this topic in 45 minutes, and after we'll have some time for questions. And but now we'll start.
Bonjour.
First, just a few images. The first one. This is not a map of Europe. This is a map of United States of America. As you can say, I found it on internet. I've tried to find if it's a real one or fake one. I don't know. I think it's a real one. This is 50% of the GDP of United States is produced in the 20 biggest cities of United States. And as you can say, it's not 50% of the territory. It's just to start, just to introduce by saying that, as you know, as you notice, that you have a polarization, a concentration of production of growth of production in few parts of each of the territory of American territory. If we look at what we call in European languages the functional urban areas, commuting areas of American cities, you have a map which show you too that it's a larger territories, are urban territories, urban commuting territories, but it's still a small part of the territory except in the northwest of America. Northeast of America. The last one?
Yeah, so when you look at a not identical but similar map of Europe made by ESPON, which is a program funded by the European Union for spatial research, you can see that in Europe you have a more polycentric structure, but on the other hand, the differences between the different countries in the EU are quite huge.
Just a few facts and figures about European cities' major trends. First, as you may know, 75% of the European population lives in what we call cities or urban areas. But what we call cities is also peri-urban areas. It's not only dense cities, central cities. It's what we call in European language metropolitan areas or the functional urban areas. And there is great diversity of sizes. 800 cities are more than 50,000 inhabitants. 216 are between 100 and 2,015 inhabitants. And we have 26 of more than 1 million inhabitants. We represent 13% of the overall population. Cities are places of growth, but also they concentrate poverty and climate challenges, traffic congestion, air quality difficulties, not only in cities, also in Alpine valleys too, but they are concentrated also in cities. And for the European Union, urban issues are EU challenges.
Okay, so I shall go on. Okay, well, for a long time there is a paradigm saying that the cities are connected to globalization, and that the spread of or the economic growth is produced in urban centers. you might also challenge this paradigm because it's also shifting, maybe due to digital transformation processes, but it has been a strong focus on growth and cities for a long time. And then there's the French, more as French actual development.
Yes, we today in France especially, but not only in France, we could see elsewhere in Europe, the issue of territorial cohesion is questioned. Between there is a kind of opposition was made in debate between rural areas, urban areas, saying that rural areas or peri-urban areas are relegated, and all the money is done, all the effort is done to develop urban areas, and with this grey zone of peri-urban areas, where we know some of these zones, there are a kind of refugees for people who want to still live close to the city, but who want to have more natural amenities and to want to access to the city, but be quiet. But in the other hand, you have some people, they live in this kind of zone because they cannot access, they cannot live. Housing is too expensive within the central urban area. And this process with the grey zone is really questioning the European policies and the national ones too. And this is, in fact, the topic we want to develop with you today, how it works, and how we can, what kind of solution we can find, or what kind of direction where direction we could go to address this issue.
There is also the Trans-European Network on transport, which is a policy of the European Union, and it's connecting the big cities mainly. There are also, at least I know of one European project dealing with how to reconnect these nodes of the big network into the region, but it's still a big task ahead. So it's not real contents of the 10T network yet. So it's only strengthening the big areas at the moment. So maybe the last point. So there is on the one hand, you have an increasing interest in the urban areas and agglomeration areas, also from the EU side, because the European Union needs these areas to fulfill its targets. So when a large majority of people live in agglomerations and many issues are most prominent there, and you want to reduce climate or mitigate climate or also reduce the CO2 emissions, then you need to work with these areas. So and we are going on to show you how the EU addresses these issues and how the cities deal with it.
This is an extract of the 7th cohesion report of the EU. Every 5 years, the European Commission write a report. It's about regional cohesion, but with the time, you could see that the urban issue arrived, and now there is special chapters, special thematics about urban issue on the place of urban territory in European Union. They wrote it in the way that, as you can see, cities combine opportunities with challenges. They are more efficient in terms of energy and land use and offer the prospect of low carbon lifestyle. And after they speak about the challenge and the problems. For the European Commission, the capital and metro regions, that's what we call regions with big cities. For in European Union mind, big cities means metropolitan area or more than 1 million inhabitants, we can say. Grenoble is 700,000 inhabitants, just to give you an example. Are the main drivers of regional competitiveness. And the most of the top-ranked region includes either capital city or large metropolitan area, which helps to boost their competitiveness. And for them, this is one of the, by the way, the way they are speaking about the areas, that they are driver of growth. And this is something which is important. And after, we'll develop the presentation saying that it should be not only that driver of growth. If we look at what's happened with urban policy in the EU, it's a very progressive engagement and conceptualization. within the cohesion policy. Cohesion policy is one of the three pillars of the European Union policies. This is one that is financed with ERDF or ESF funds. And in the 80s, at the end of the 80s, there were the first reports speaking about cities. In the 19s, you have some very small programs called Urban Pilot Project or Urban Community Initiative Program, which are very small one. It was 7 million euros for 5-6 years or 10 million euros. We had one in Grenoble at the beginning of the years 2000, which were kind of a way of experimenting, a way for addressing urban issues within the framework of the European policy. It was focused on deprived areas because it was the main concern at this time. And it gives to local authorities the ability to develop actions, policies. For as an example, it was the first time in France where local government, like Grenoble Metropolis at this time, was able to manage money from EU directly, meaning as managing authority, and speaking directly, exchanging directly with the European Commission on the way to manage this money, to how, in which objective to spend it, how to manage it, and to secure that there is good use of the money, and so on. In the year 2000, the process has changed because they wanted, after this experimentation, to mainstream the urban issue. In the programming period 2007-2014, there was the requirement that 5% of the cohesion policy money has to go for urban issues, with mainly urban issue meaning mainly deprived area intervention.
Integrated approach.
In a way, yeah, integrated approach. And at this time, it was in 2004, they have created the URBAC program. URBAC program is an interreg cooperation program for cities practitioners. It was really the first program for cooperation at the European level for cities practitioners. There was a small program, research program before, but this one, and now is really well developed, is for city cooperation. And interesting thing is to say that when they say city in URBAC, they don't say only about 200,000 inhabitant city. It could be 30,000 inhabitant city, 10,000 inhabitant cities. In the 2010 year, we have an emerging strategy with the urban agenda. We'll say more just in few seconds, and new tools. The urban approach for structural fund will increase. The urban innovative action, which is a program for financing innovative action by cities, and the cities has to be more than 50,000 inhabitants to be eligible. And also the Smart Cities and Communities program within the research program of Horizon 2020, FP7 first, and now Horizon 2020. And now we are going to another step with the will of the European Commission to develop an urban program for Europe. It's not totally designed. It's work in progress, but the idea is to gather many initiatives like UIA, like URBAC, like the urban issue, the urban focus of social fund within a single program to give visibility and to give coherence to this program. This is the kind of program we have for cities. But in the meantime, with the enlargement of European Union, we have a big shift in the way to address cohesion policy. In the year 2000, there was a zoning, for example, in Rhône-Alpes, were eligible only some special zone, some deprived area, some rural zone in difficulties, some industrial recovery zone, and the money went to this kind of zone. Now, since 2007, they have decided to stop with the zoning. All the regions are eligible. You have more money for the poorer region in Central Europe, in South of Europe. You have more money for more basic project, but less and less money with time with some basic problem to build a highway, airport, something like that. Yes. But for the other territory, now it's a policy focused on competitiveness, on attractiveness, on innovation. What does it mean? I will say it very simply, that before, the aim was to reduce differences within the regions of Europe. Now we still have this target, this objective, but the second objective, which is more and more important, is to fight against the Americans, the Chinese, and the other, and to be more attractive, more competitive.
Just to add something, when you look at the Smart City and Community Initiative within the Innovation and Research Program, it's also very strongly targeted at this competitiveness dimension. So they are trying to find cities that scale up smart city solutions in their urban areas, and this is to compete with the Asian and American smart initiatives and developments.
And this strategy was written in a document, the EU 2020 strategy for the smart, sustainable, and inclusive Europe. The idea was to have Europe the smarter, the more sustainable, and the more inclusive place in the world. It's not really the case 2019, but we will see. It's another question. What aim for the policy? To reach people and to address issues at the right scale, this is the aim of the European Commission, the European Union. And EU needs cities' involvement to reach its objectives. For the European, for the urban question, the two first decisions were first to make the Pact of Amsterdam. It was a decision by member states, and secondly by the European Union to develop what they call the urban agenda.
So it's not quite clear who started first. So it is a long process of, on the one hand, the member states trying to implement, to push for an urban dimension. Interestingly, like Germany, for instance, with in 2007 with the Leipzig Charter for a sustainable European city. But even before, so the first papers were at the end of the 80s, talking about this urban dimension when urban areas were places of poverty and problems. And later on, depending also on the actors within the European Commission, the commissioners, if they were more in favor of urban development or more in favor of regional and rural development, there was a communication by the European Commission about an urban agenda for the EU. And later on, the member states, in a little bit in taking on the process from the Leipzig Charter, they agreed on this Pact of Amsterdam during the Dutch presidency. And the idea is to have a new kind of multi-level process. It's more or less an experiment. It has never been done before in that way. They created 12 plus 2 new thematic partnerships, and in each partnership there are cities, member states, European Commission and other actors from the European level, as well as networks of, for instance, Eurocities. And these partnerships, they developed, some of them are ready by now, some of them are still working on it, action plans to implement the ideas of the urban agenda. And the main objectives of the urban agenda, they are put in three. They say there are three objectives. It's better funding, better regulation, and better knowledge for the city. From my point of view, the driving force behind from the European level is really to what it's stated here, that the EU needs the cities to reach its objectives in terms of sustainability, in terms of poverty, of less poverty, in terms of climate change issues, and also growth, of course.
And behind this process, there is also the will to reach its objective. When they say EU needs city, it's the idea that the European Union tried to be as close as possible to the real problems, to the real issue, to the field. Because the European Union is funded by the agreement between states, member states, they work with states. But they have tried for the last 10, 20, 30 years to work with region. And now they are trying to go beyond region and to try with as much as possible when they can, infra-regional government, infra-regional authority. And this is in that way they are going to work as much as possible with cities. But Partly, yes.
It's an ongoing experiment. So sometimes it's also contradicting its own aims. Yeah. So.
But cities are organizing themselves as lobbies. And we'll give you very shortly a kind of panorama of kind of city network type of name of city network that we are working now to defend and to the point of view of cities.
So let's start with Eurocities. It has been created in 1986, and it's an association of the biggest cities in Europe. So it's more than 200,050 inhabitants regularly. Sometimes when it's a capital city, it can be smaller, yeah, and there are also some other exceptions. It's not only cities from the European Union, it's also from Norway, for instance, or Turkey. But it's nevertheless it's the strongest voice of cities when it comes to the real discussions with the European Union, also with the European Parliament during the last years, discussing issues for cities before there's a fixed policy. And Eurocities is not only targeted at only one issue, but it's dealing with economic development, with environmental issues, social issues. So it's taking all these types of issues into account, and works in fora, in thematic fora, and working groups. And they provide not only exchange for the cities on good practice, but they also write position papers and feed into this dialogue with the European Union.
After there is other network, the C40. The C40, you hear about it a lot in the press because it's really a political lobbying of very big cities. The president is now the mayor of Paris. It's about climate. It's different to Eurocity because it's not European, it's worldwide. It was created by the mayor of London, and the last president was the mayor of New York, I think, or Rio de Janeiro, I don't remember. But it's also a kind of lobby who want to raise awareness on the problems and to ask to the state, to the European Union, to find solution to these problems. After, there is some thematic networks, like Polis, which is a network on mobility. There is plenty of other thematic network. There is also a bottom-up initiative for networking. There is one which is very, very successful, which is Milan Urban Food Policy Pact. It is a worldwide one, but with a European organization. There is more than 250 cities now. We are participating in this network about the question of food policy. And there is, for example, we want to, because we are speaking to you, we want to show off it. The LOSDAMA memorandum of understanding, but Sylvia will say more about this.
So LOSDAMA stands for Landscape and Open Space Development in Alpine Metropolitan Areas. It's an Interreg 5B project for the Alpine space. The Alpine space is defined not only as the core mountainous area, but it's also including cities like Vienna and Munich. And it was an initiative by the city of Munich to have a project on landscape, and especially on peri-urban landscapes. And as one of the outputs of this project, which will end this year, we created a network of cities and metropolitan areas that shall sustain our work on green, what we call green infrastructure. Green infrastructure also includes the multifunctionality aspect of landscapes and green areas. And Grenoble Alpes Métropole is one of the signatories of our founding document, which is the Memorandum of Understanding and Cooperation on Green Infrastructure. And the whole experience, or the whole initiative, takes place in the framework of the European Strategy for the Alpine Region, which is also a multi-level governance process. However, there's no fixed place for the cities there yet. So we are still struggling to give our city network a proper place in this process. But we hope that this city network will help us to do so.
Yes, and this macro-regional strategy, there is 4 macro-regional strategies in Europe. Danube River, Baltic Sea, Adriatic, I think, yes, and now the Alpine macro-regional strategy. We gather, in Alpine case, 42 regions and 7 states are place, it's a good example to show how our city, because it was a project created by states and the regions, we are trying to have a space to be a stakeholder of this and to introduce our problem, our concern, our solutions to the overall territory of the Alps, because one of the main idea of these projects was Alps are not only the mountains, are the mountain and the surrounding areas where there is big cities which have a great influence on the Alpine territory. To give you another example, the annual gathering of territorial actors who take place in Brussels every year in October it was called the Open Days, where thousands of people coming to exchange, like the Festival of Geopolitics, is now the European Week of Region and Cities. It was not the case before, I think, 2013, or it was something we appear within the year. But still, we speak about cities. The strong regional territorial lobbies is still the regional one, with the Committee of Region or with other bodies.
Yeah, so in the Committee of Regions, when you have a look at Germany, for instance, only 13% of the members from Germany are from the municipal level. This is a little bit misleading because Germany has, and I will come to that later, 3 German Länder, so federal Länder, which are cities at the same time, and they are also represented and not included in this 13% as far as I know. Nevertheless, they act as Länder and not so much as cities. And the 13% from the municipal level is linked to the representatives of different associations for different types of German cities and counties. So it's not one strong city that is representing the interest for a homogeneous group of cities. There is always a wide heterogeneity of cities behind those local level representatives. So it's quite weak compared to other countries in Germany. In France, it's a little bit stronger, I think. For France.
Pour la France et pas en France.
Donc il y a beaucoup de diversité de villes en Europe, mais encore plus en Allemagne lorsqu'on regarde dans le détail. Parce que d'un côté, il y a les villes, les communes qui disent qu'elles ont le droit de s'autogouverner, et c'est vrai. Mais en même temps, elles font partie des Länder allemands. Donc chaque ville a ses propres règlements, ses propres lois. Et aussi en ce qui concerne les structures de gouvernance entre les différents niveaux, on a beaucoup de diversité entre les différents Länder. Et c'est le plus grand problème. Mais c'est peut-être également une opportunité. 2 des plus grandes villes et une 3e ville sont également des États fédéraux. Donc de temps en temps, il y a d'énormes opportunités en tant que Länder. Donc il ne s'agit pas des meilleurs lobbies pour les petites villes n'ayant pas les mêmes compétences. Et d'après ce que je sache, il n'y a qu'une seule région urbaine avec représentation directe. Et c'est la ville de Stuttgart. Et à Francfort, il y a également pas mal de coopération régionale. Mais ce n'est pas aussi fort qu'à Stuttgart. À Munich, dans ma ville, la représentation régionale est assez faible. Donc il y a une association régionale. Il y a un plan au niveau régional, mais c'est peu par rapport au texte qui dit cela devrait être comme ci, comme ça. Donc même si on a des obligations, les objectifs sont tellement mous qu'on ne peut pas vraiment donner des lignes directrices aux villes en ce qui concerne la coopération entre villes et communes. Donc il y a une réforme fédérale en cours. Les villes et les communes disent depuis longtemps qu'il Il y a de plus en plus de tâches qui leur reviennent, mais sans le financement adéquat. Donc, il faut qu'elles demandent des financements des Länder, mais il y a de plus en plus de travail à faire. Il y a des règlements qui établissent un lien entre les nouvelles tâches et la partie financière, mais on ne voit pas ce lien dans chaque Länder allemand. Quelques chiffres. Il y a une étude assez intéressante faite du Parlement européen qui compare toutes les structures urbaines et les structures municipales qui s'appelle le rôle des villes dans le cadre européen. Et les chiffres, il y a des chiffres qui comparent l'Allemagne et la France, mais donc, s'il vous plaît, référez-vous à ce texte parce que c'est assez intéressant en termes de chiffres. On va vous donner quelques références à la fin du festival. Donc, vous allez pouvoir télécharger les présentations. Voici une jolie image. C'est une bibliothèque publique et une école pour les adultes à Munich. Ce qui est nouveau, ce qu'on voit de plus en plus au cours des dernières années, c'est que les villes se rendent compte qu'elles ont un rôle à jouer. Elles veulent se concentrer sur cette idée de ville européenne. Donc, on voit ça à Munich, on voit ça dans d'autres villes. D'autres villes disent être engagées en termes de l'idée européenne. Donc, il s'agit de villes qui sont pour l'Europe. Et puis, il y a ça devant la bibliothèque à Munich. 600 personnes ont été invitées à chanter devant cette bibliothèque dernièrement. C'est nouveau. C'est pas comme par le passé où les villes disaient bon, ben, l'Europe ça va, mais on veut notre propre gouvernement. En fait, les villes le disent encore, mais les avis ont changé. Les villes acceptent d'avoir plus de responsabilités en termes de ville européenne. Alors, je vais être un peu cartésiste, mais en France, historiquement, on a toujours tout centralisé. Mais aujourd'hui, il y a plus de décentralisation. Donc, les villes, les grandes villes ont plus de responsabilités. Donc, il y a cette loi de 2013 qui a créé 15 métropoles en France et encore 7 aujourd'hui, donc 22 métropoles. Donc, des métropoles de plus de 400 000 personnes. Cela vous donne l'idée. Il y a ce pouvoir métropolitain qui existe réellement en France et c'est nouveau. C'est assez nouveau en France. Donc, on peut remonter jusqu'en 2001. Pendant les 10 premières années, les communes... en fait, il y avait un syndicat de communes, mais il n'y avait pas vraiment de pouvoir dans ces communes. Mais ceci a changé avec la naissance de métropoles. Donc, ce pouvoir émergent est néanmoins contrôlé. Donc, il y a un contrôle financier. La plupart d'entre vous, vous êtes français, donc vous êtes au courant de la taxe d'habitation. Cette taxe est décidée au niveau national par le gouvernement national. Et il s'agit d'argent utilisé par les villes. Nous ne savons pas ce qui va se passer par la suite avec la nouvelle loi. Il y a un nouvel accord financier. On demande aux départements, aux régions, de ne pas augmenter de plus de 1% leur budget. On peut augmenter le budget en termes de fonctionnement. On a le droit à une augmentation de 1,2% par an. Si on dépasse cela, on doit payer une amende. Donc, si on va jusqu'à 2% d'augmentation, on doit payer une amende. Mais en même temps, l'État développe des partenariats spéciaux avec des villes, mais avec des priorités bien définies. De plus en plus, on essaie de parler avec les États à travers l'association. On essaie de définir les priorités conjointement et il y a des relations qui se développent avec un accord métropolitain. Mais on voit apparaître quelque chose au cours des dernières années. Donc, on a des régions plus grandes. C'est un nouveau concept. Et on doit coopérer aujourd'hui. L'État nous dit qu'il faut coopérer. Il faut coopérer, par exemple, à Grenoble avec la montagne, avec les régions montagnardes, avec le Vercors, avec le pays voironnais. On a des contrats de réciprocité, on a des contrats d'alliance. L'idée, c'est qu'on agisse de manière plus large, qu'on agisse de pair avec les régions environnantes. Les villes sont motrices de croissance. Mais en France, juste pour vous rappeler, même si on dit qu'il y a de plus en plus de faiblesses, l'État a encore une forte influence. Il y a cette politique de redistribution. Je ne sais pas si j'ai bien traduit, mais on a des alliances familiales. Donc, on n'est pas très doué en termes de redistribution de richesse, par exemple. C'est-à-dire de redistribuer la richesse des quartiers riches vers des quartiers moins riches. Donc, on ne sait pas comment ça va se passer à l'avenir en termes de politique urbaine. Il y a un texte d'un séminaire sur la métropolitisation qui adopte le même argument que la Commission européenne. La capacité d'innovation, la croissance économique, la richesse. Donc, ce qui est intéressant, c'est la question qui est traitée. Comment atteindre la meilleure évaluation du potentiel grâce à différentes villes, grâce à différents centres scientifiques? Et comment, en même temps, promouvoir le développement de ces pôles et la répartition de la richesse à travers tout le territoire? Ça, c'est très important, cette répartition de richesse. Je pense que nous sommes dans les temps. Donc, les derniers points, donc, c'est le point de vue de pratiquants. Nous ne sommes pas là pour vous donner des réponses. Nous sommes là pour soulever des questions. Donc, d'un côté, on a cette polarisation urbaine qui est une réalité. On aimerait avoir quelque chose de plus équilibré, quelque chose de plus cohésif d'un point de vue social et économique et au niveau européen. Plus de polarisation représente néanmoins un risque, mais c'est quelque chose également qui est incohérent. De l'autre côté, on peut contrebalancer cela. Derrière cette idée, il y a cette idée qu'on décrit l'Europe urbaine, avec des villes qui sont en croissance, qui ont plus de pouvoir, plus de richesse. Et puis, il faut une politique pour lier ces villes. Au début, je vous ai dit, l'objectif principal, c'est la concurrence avec la Chine et les États-Unis. Il faut être efficace d'un point de vue économique. Et les politiques ont tendance à se concentrer là-dessus. Mais il ne s'agit pas seulement d'efficacité économique. Il faut également gérer les conséquences de ce type de politique. Et quand je dis « on », je veux dire tout le monde, au niveau local, régional, national, les chercheurs, tout le monde. Donc c'est pour cela qu'il s'agit d'un risque, d'avoir cet agrégat de pouvoir urbain lié grâce à la TGV, grâce à la DSL, donc avec beaucoup de croissance de créer. Mais on dit aux autres territoires que nous allons redistribuer la richesse, peut-être que vous n'avez pas à travailler, vous pouvez juste attendre que la richesse arrive. Cela ne fonctionne qu'au sein de pays, au sein de nations. Cela ne peut pas travailler au sein de l'Europe. L'Allemagne n'aime pas partager sa richesse avec la Grèce, par exemple. Oui, c'est au sein de chaque région, au niveau national. Mais la politique de cohésion, c'est une façon de faire répandre cet argent. Donc, en fait, l'Union voulait des politiques structurelles et régionales. C'était leur façon de dire, on ne vous donne pas de l'argent. Nous avons des pôles de croissance et après, c'est au pôle de croissance de faire répartir l'argent. On vous donne de l'argent pour que vous puissiez vous développer, mais voilà, après, c'est difficile. C'est un autre sujet. Oui, on pourrait parler pendant 1 heure de ce sujet-là. Nous pensons que de plus en plus, il y a ce concept de ville comme moteur de croissance et de compétitivité. Mais en fait, c'est plus complexe que cela, la réalité. Donc, on a parlé, on a dit, ben voilà, il n'y a pas de gilets jaunes dans la salle. On a seulement des chemises jaunes. Mais c'est ça l'idée. Les gens ne veulent pas attendre l'argent, des allocations. Ils veulent pouvoir vivre grâce à leurs propres moyens. Et le défi, c'est d'avoir une nouvelle organisation, d'aller au-delà de cette croissance, au-delà de cette stratégie de croissance, de passer à un modèle durable. Oui, je pense que c'est ça qui est important. Il faut développer une gouvernance à multiples niveaux qui se concentre sur le développement d'un nouveau modèle économique. On ne peut pas simplement se concentrer sur la croissance comme auparavant. Et lorsque on étudie les gens, comment ils agissent dans les villes, les gens cherchent une belle qualité de vie. Et cette qualité ne peut pas provenir uniquement de la croissance. C'est ce qu'on voit avec les initiatives récentes. On veut passer au-delà du PIB comme indicateur clé de performance. Mais il y a néanmoins cette concurrence avec l'Asie, avec les États-Unis. Donc, c'est un processus en cours et on ne sait pas qu'est-ce qui va l'emporter. Et donc, comme Sylvia disait, on veut quelque chose à multiples niveaux, mais à multiples territoires. Il faut s'entraider. On ne peut pas avoir simplement une stratégie rurale ou une stratégie périurbaine ou alpine ou côtière. Donc, il y a beaucoup de travail impliqué pour l'Europe. Et c'est pour cette raison que nous avons proposé cette conférence. Il ne faut pas être nombriliste. Il faut regarder ce qui se passe autour de vous. Lorsqu'on est pratiquant, lorsqu'on est impliqué dans la politique urbaine, il faut se rendre compte qu'il faut travailler avec d'autres territoires, avec des territoires qui sont peut-être impactés par nos politiques. Et c'est pour cela que nous avons ce projet sur les zones périurbaines. C'est important de travailler dans ces zones-là. Il s'agit des zones de demain. Et ce sont des zones qui sont entièrement liées aux zones de centre-ville. Nous avons le même destin. Si nous voulons atteindre d'autres objectifs pour nos villes, pour notre Europe, il faut travailler ensemble.
You don't want to conclude. This was the conclusion.
Donc, c'était la conclusion. Merci. Il nous reste 13 minutes pour les questions.
Microphone, please.
Merci, bonjour. I have one question.
J'ai une question. je comprends l'intérêt de l'échange de modèles de développement, un échange entre grandes villes européennes. Mais d'un point de vue pratique, est-ce que vous avez un seul exemple de fertilisation croisée entre 2 villes ou 3 villes européennes qui a produit de valeur ajoutée quelque part? Vous avez un exemple? Oui, il y en a plus. Alors, je prends mon expérience. Je travaille avec Munich depuis 2001. Mon premier projet européen a été réalisé par le Grand Lyon, par un collègue avec qui je suis encore en contact. Et cela concernait des projets urbains et leur mise en œuvre. Ensemble, il y avait 12 villes à travers l'Europe. Nous avons étudié l'approche de chaque ville, la démarche de développement stratégique. On a étudié l'intégration de différentes parties prenantes et la prise en compte de la zone métropolitaine, pas seulement de la ville ou du centre-ville. Lorsque vous êtes impliqué dans un tel projet, la première chose qui vous arrive, c'est qu'il faut tout d'abord regarder sa propre situation de manière différente. Parce que les gens vous posent des questions. Pourquoi est-ce que vous procédez ainsi, ils disent. Et lorsque vous travaillez dans votre propre environnement, vous ne vous questionnez pas. Et vous ne questionnez pas les décisions de base. Donc, c'est la première chose à faire. Après, vous allez emporter avec vous des inspirations. Lorsque vous avez vu d'autres villes ou lorsque vous voyez des villes où les choses ne fonctionnent pas. Donc, il y a des choses qui marchent et des choses qui marchent moins bien. C'est le cas partout, dans toutes les villes. Il y a un politique qui est venu voir Munich lors de ce projet-là dont je vous parlais. Et il a emporté avec lui l'idée de partager des vélos. À Munich, à l'époque, il y avait une start-up qui a lancé cette idée de partage de vélos. Et j'étais avec ce politique lyonnais et il était très intéressé par ce qu'il voyait. Et après, Lyon et Paris ont lancé leur propre projet de partage. Donc, Munich, c'était le début. À Munich, il y avait une start-up qui ne fonctionnait pas très bien, en fait, au début. Ça, c'est un exemple pratique, mais il y en a bien d'autres. C'est difficile de lier la connaissance des personnes impliquées dans les projets au travail quotidien de personnes qui ne sont pas directement impliquées. Avec l'Osdamer, et c'était aussi avec le projet de gouvernance intégrée pour les villes de demain, je vous en ai parlé tout à l'heure. Avec ce projet-là, on a utilisé l'idée de job shadowing, donc les personnes qui partaient pendant une semaine ou un mois pour suivre leurs collègues. Et il y a eu 10 personnes impliquées dans ce suivi de tâches. Donc, c'est-à-dire des collègues qui accompagnaient d'autres collègues pour voir comment ils travaillaient avec les citoyens. Donc, mardi, on a vu comment Grenoble-Alpes implique les citoyens dans le paysage urbain. C'est quelque chose qui a bien réussi. 500 personnes, 500 familles ont été impliquées. En fait, plus 1500. Et mon collègue qui était avec moi, qui travaillait dans la zone verte, elle est déjà venue à Grenoble. Mais là, elle va étudier l'exemple et dans plus de détails pour voir comment on peut transposer cette idée chez nous. Il y a d'autres questions? Oui, vous avez parlé des questions périurbaines. Bien sûr, en France, ce sont des questions très importantes, mais est-ce qu'il s'agit de questions importantes pour l'Europe centrale et orientale? 28 pays en Europe. Dans quelques jours, seulement 27. Je pense qu'il y a différents niveaux de maturité concernant ces questions. Il y a certains pays qui fonctionnent mieux que d'autres. Par exemple, la Suisse, l'Allemagne, l'Autriche. Il y a des chemins de fer régionaux et les gens peuvent les utiliser pour atteindre les centres-villes. Je connais la Pologne. Nous sommes en train de voir que les villes grandissent plutôt que rétrécissent. Et c'est parce qu'il y a beaucoup de personnes qui habitent dans les zones périurbaines, dans des villes dans des maisons qui sont jolies, mais qui ne coûtent pas trop cher. Ce sont des personnes qui utilisent leur voiture pour atteindre les centres-villes, donc il y a des bouchons. Mais en Pologne, il y a un outil qui est utilisé, l'ITI, donc investissement territorial intégré. Donc c'est un outil qui est utilisé par le gouvernement parce qu'il voit qu'il y a cette tendance à croissance rapide qui provoque beaucoup de problèmes. Donc il faut qu'ils investissent dans les chemins de fer, dans les autoroutes, dans les voies express, etc. Ils ne savent pas comment gérer tout cela. Et donc, ils ont essayé de créer un supraniveau très focalisé sur des choses pratiques pour essayer de trouver des solutions à ce problème-là. À Losdamer, on a parlé de la définition de zone périurbaine. On a passé beaucoup de temps sur la définition. En fait, une zone périurbaine, c'est une zone un peu grise. C'est entre ce qui est entre la ville et la zone rurale. C'est une ville de demain, on va dire. Et c'est pour cette raison que c'est difficile de trouver une définition qui s'applique à chaque ville. Je pense que c'est important de savoir que en Europe centrale et orientale, il y a beaucoup plus de polarisation parce que les pôles de croissance se développent plus rapidement et les zones rurales sont laissées de côté. Et vous avez raison, c'est un problème. C'est difficile de les impliquer entièrement dans le développement. C'est difficile de prendre en compte leurs intérêts lorsqu'il s'agit de lobbying. Il y a un exemple très triste, c'est la Hongrie, Budapest. Budapest avait une belle représentation pendant très longtemps. Donc, il y avait un expert, il y avait des experts qui travaillaient pour le maire de Budapest, mais avec le changement de gouvernement, l'expert a perdu son travail et aujourd'hui, le développement ne se passe pas si bien. Et j'ai étudié le dernier texte du Parlement hongrois et en fait, entre 1990 et 2014, la Hongrie est le pays avec le développement le moins réussi. Donc, je vous ai parlé de Integrated Urban Governments of Tomorrow. Donc, on avait une ville de la République tchèque, une ville, Brno, qui est très active, une ville de taille moyenne, une ville qui est très active, qui échange avec d'autres villes. Et cette ville avait un programme de rénovation de maisons qui était concentré sur l'efficacité énergétique. Déjà depuis 2001, ce projet existait. Donc, il y avait beaucoup de développements très positifs. Donc, il y a des développements positifs, mais cette question de polarisation est une question à traiter. Dans la première partie des ans 2000, on voulait créer quelque chose d'attractif, donc avec des beaux centres-villes, quelque chose de beau pour les touristes, quelque chose qui attirait les bureaux, les entreprises, avec des centres de congrès. Et maintenant, avec la croissance démographique et économique, on sait que le centre-ville, c'est le centre d'un territoire plus grand. Ce n'est pas juste le centre-ville. Et c'est une idée qui commence à être prise en compte Sofia est concernée. Il y a beaucoup de villes qui découvrent cela et qui essaient de trouver des solutions à cette polarisation. Une dernière question, peut-être? Je suis désolée, sans microphone, nous n'entendons pas la question en cabine. Un exemple de coopération entre Grenoble Métropole et le Vercors. Ah, c'est un grand sujet. C'est un grand sujet parce que le Conseil métropolitain a voté une décision du 8 février. Donc, c'est la politique montagnarde du métropole. C'est la première fois qu'on le décrit ainsi, en fait. Ce métropole montagnard a un objectif, c'est-à-dire construire ce métropole montagnard, donc avec la Chartreuse, avec le Vercors, avec Beldon, parce qu'il s'agit d'un métropole qui a un contexte très spécifique. On a le parc naturel de la Chartreuse, du Vercors, et il y a un projet en partenariat avec le Vercors où on essaie de trouver des solutions de partage de voitures, de stop, pour avoir quelque chose de plus efficace, pour gérer la circulation de manière plus efficace dans le Vercors. Ça, c'est un exemple très concret. C'est un travail en cours. On veut développer ce type de partenariat. On a d'autres partenariats sur la biodiversité avec un observatoire. On travaille avec l'Observatoire sur les politiques alimentaires. Donc, on travaille avec le Vercors, la Chartreuse, le Grésivaudan, le Pays Voironnais et le sud de l'Isère. Donc, on travaille sur une stratégie commune, donc du producteur au consommateur. Combien d'argent? Pas assez, ça c'est sûr. Je suis désolée, sans microphone, nous n'entendons pas la question. Il n'y en a pas assez, ça c'est sûr. Comment dire? À mon avis, il y a trop d'argent pour de petits investissements. Mais avec l'aide de fonds structurels, avec l'IVF, on essaie de développer le partage de voitures, le covoiturage, mais parfois avec des fonds structurels ou avec d'autres fonds nationaux, on a assez d'argent et on va pouvoir demander aux décisionnaires de donner encore d'autres argents nécessaires pour réaliser pleinement le projet. Pour les citoyens, c'est ça la chose la plus importante, être impliqué dans des projets européens, avoir des incitations à agir avec les pays environnants. Chez nous, nous avons travaillé avec des associations municipales sur des questions de paysage. On a travaillé de manière vraiment différente et on a travaillé en lien avec d'autres associations. Lorsqu'on travaille au niveau projet, c'est une façon différente de travailler. Parfois, on n'a pas l'habitude de travailler au niveau projet. On travaille de manière verticale. Et donc, on est très content de pouvoir travailler en coopération avec des collègues, d'autres services, d'autres administrations et de travailler de manière plus souple. Donc, ce sont des incitations et ça, c'est quelque chose dont la valeur ne peut pas vraiment être évaluée. On fait beaucoup de travail, mais on travaille différemment. Le problème, c'est que Sylvia, elle dit qu'elle ne sait pas quoi dire au début, et puis après, elle ne s'arrête jamais. Non, mais je pense que c'est l'heure de conclure. Merci. Elle doit prendre la navette dans 1 heure pour retourner à Munich. Merci de nous avoir écoutés et peut-être on se verra l'année prochaine.
Allô, allô, allô. Normalement, c'est vers U, il disait. Ouais, ouais. Ok. oui, 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 oui. Bonsoir. Bonsoir, bonsoir. Ouais. Est-ce qu'il y a du monde dans la salle?
pas. Donc j'attends le départ. C'est bon? Non, c'est pas bon.
On va voir si ça marche, les micros.
En dehors de la projection, on peut déjà commencer par vous.
So we can begin. Hello, everyone. So I'm going to begin with some apologies. We're a few minutes late. We got a little bit lost in the hallways. So we're here together to talk about the Alps, a European region under construction, with you in the framework of this festival on geopolitics. And Mr. Nicolas Hervrard and Mr. Raja, I'm going to present to you. My name is Alexandre Mignot. I work at the Grenoble Alpes Metropole, and I'm working on mountain topics in the city region and also in association with the regional park. And I also have worked a lot on these European mechanisms and systems, in particular their application at the level of the Alpine Arc, which has led me to meet with these two speakers several times. I'll begin with our guest, Raffaele Raja. You are Italian, from the Lombardy region, from Milan, and you're in head of the Lombardy region delegation in Brussels. Nicolas Hervrard, you're the mayor of Servoz in Haute-Savoie, at the entrance to the Haute Vallée de l'Arve, and you're a member of the Alpine Committee. You can explain what you do in this, and you have a key role for many reasons, but especially because you're in the international working group on this Massif committee, and you can shed some light on the interests of this specific body for the macro region of the Alps. So I propose that we jump straight into the heart of the topic. A simple question. We thought we could begin this way. Who's heard about the European Union strategy for the Alpine region? $11, 12, 13 out of how many in the room? Roughly 15%. 1 in 10 people. So this is a big challenge. There's already the challenge of knowledge, of being aware of this policy, and then analysis, understanding, and the understanding that it's a very young project too. And I'm not sure how much time we have to talk about all of this. You'll see that our speakers are very eloquent on this topic, and I invite you to ask them questions. We decided we weren't going to make a presentation of 15 minutes, which often drifts into 20 minutes or more. So we would rather that you garner information through the discussions and interactions. The macro region question is complicated in the European level. It comes from an idea in the early 2000s at the scale of the Adriatic, where the countries along the Adriatic Sea talked about different issues and stakes in terms of defense and maritime trade. And based on that, a discussion started in European bodies. leading the Commission and other European bodies to think about the relevance of cooperation, multinational cooperation mechanisms at the level of territories or watersheds that should make sense, depending on different stakes, to be defined and studied together. And based on that, 4 strategies were set up. One, the Baltic Sea, then the Danube River, the Adriatic Sea, the Ionian Sea, and the last one, the SURA, or Euralps, European Strategy for the Alps. That was launched in 2016. These bodies have quite a complex governance system. They're in charge of defining an action plan with the problems that Rafael can bring up, because as we discussed this afternoon's debate, this Alpine macro region has a turning presidency, and this year it's Italy through the Lombardy region delegation that has taken on the presidency. And so they're in charge of defining the action plan and its priorities. So specific groups, specific governance action plans with their inconveniences and positive aspects. And right now there are no laws or directives. These macro regions are based on a specific document called a communication. It's all linked to documents whose legal application is quite weak or non-existent. So it really depends on the goodwill of the stakeholders, the states, and the regions. So I'll stop there. You already have quite a few elements, and I'm going to take my seat, and I'm going to invite Raffaele to speak. You're now you have the presidency for the year of the European Strategy for the Alps. So I'll start with a basic question. What are these Alpine macro-regional strategies? What's this object, this European system, to potentially provide the Alpine arc? What can it provide? And how can this, through the presidency, do you hope to contribute? Thank you for your invitation and for giving me the opportunity to talk about the Italian presidents of the European Strategy for the Alps. I apologize, I have a sore throat, and my French is also poor. So talking about the European Strategy for the Alps, you said something very important. There's no law, no structure, no financing. There's no budget. So what's the European strategy for the Alpine region? You said it's a system, a measure, or as my friends from Foreign Affairs in Italy say, it's an exercise, something that will be reworked every day, and it based on the goodwill of the regions and the states that participate. In terms of strategy for the Alpine region, how is it determined in the European documents? You've heard that it's a communication paper from 2015, July 2015, from the European Commission with an action plan that describes things to be done, objectives for the long term. And amongst the objectives, there are 3 pillars to the strategy. The first pillar is the economy. Second pillar, transport. more than transport, real connectivity, physical connectivity of transport systems, and also the connectivity through internet and IT. The third pillar is the environment, of course. It's a very important challenge that cannot be forgotten for the Alpine region. So the borders that we've defined are the borders of the 48 regions, 22 regions plus Switzerland. So we'll talk about Switzerland, but it's different. All of the states, the 7 states that are in the Alpine Arc are included. And the regions that are involved in this strategy are Bavaria in Germany, in Austria, Italy, and France. Slovenia doesn't have a region as such. They will set it up, but what's most important is that the Alpine strategy is a product of the regions. The regions are at the origin of the strategy. The states didn't want it, but they accepted it. I'm speaking from a regional point of view, of course, and we have continued discussions with the states to see how we can manage the macro-regional strategy. There's a type of cooperation between the regions. This cooperation has always existed, so we're not reinventing the wheel with the Alpine strategy. But we wanted to do more, something bigger, something more important, something more sustainable than just the different projects and programs that we already have, the cross-border programs between Italy and France, Italy, Austria, France and Switzerland. So something that is at a larger scale. And of course, encompassing the big challenges of that dimension. If you look at the Baltic Sea, the management of that region after the fall of the Berlin Wall, the ex-Soviet countries had problems managing the Baltic Sea. There were a lot of problems with pollution and transport, and the states that are on the Baltic shores decided to do something different. Let's imagine a type of cooperation that is based on the individual energy of each state. There were no rules or laws, and this is the same thing for the Alpine region. There are no defined rules after even 10 years. It's been 10 years that we've been talking about this region, but we're at the same point. There's no possibility of introducing the concept of macro regions in the European Commission documents and in the programming at the European level. So there's a contradiction here. On one side, the Commission and the European institutions cannot prevent the regions and the states from starting the discussion and this cooperation operation in the field, but on the other hand, they must maintain the status quo, the real situation in the field of the states, the relationship between the states and the regions. So this is the difficulty of the strategy. It's difficult to move forward and to achieve things that can be understood by the citizens. So I'd like to talk a bit about the basis of the European strategy for the Alps. We're in a context of difficulty and lack of clarity. In this context, we are trying to do things. And that's why we have this changing presidency so that everyone's involved, and to make sure that there's a real commitment from the institutions and the politicians. We decided to have this annual presidency period. It's not something that's easy to manage. What's important is to maintain the continuity of action. And so we'll see what actions we've undertaken and where we would like to go. It's important that we maintain continuity despite the fact that we have this rotating presidency. And we want to keep the principles that are set up between the previous and the coming presidency. Before us, the Tyrol region was the president. The Tyrol region is not Austria. It's an autonomous region in terms of strategy management. In Italy, we can't do that, and in France, it's not possible either. Italy and France have practically the same institutional architecture. In Italy, there are more powers for the regions, but there's a very centralized state nonetheless. And we have the Italian presidency, 2009, 2000, and then we'll have the French presidency. So 2019 Italy, 2020 France. So as I listen to you, and you say we haven't really made much progress, even though we've been working together for 10 years or so. We've been working on this macro-regional strategy. There's also the Alpine Convention, which is an international treaty that was signed by the 7 countries of the Alpine Arc, plus the Principality of Monaco. And like many treaties, it has a well-established action plan with application protocols. It has a secretary's office. So the Alpine macro region was set up to try to get away from this very state-managed system that was not very flexible. So the regions decided to try to work at a European level to carry the voice of the Alps. But as I listen to you, I'm wondering if the European scale is the right level to hear the initiatives coming from a regional scale in order to structure things that are more than just systems or exercises, but real territorial, macro-territorial organizations that have meaning and have some strength and power at the European level. That comes to mind as I speak to you. And a few words about the Italian presidency, and then we'll hand over to Mr. Evrard. Sorry, I'm taking a bit of time on this point. But you said you talked about the Alpine Convention. It's the absolute opposite. It's what we really don't want to do. But the Alpine Convention works quite well, can accomplish things because it has a structure, laws, international treaties. So it's well positioned in the status of Europe and the States. It's a constraining agreement, and it has financial backing. And those are things that we don't have in the European strategy for the Alps and the macro-regional strategies in general. So in the macro-regional strategy, there's the free lands, no specific organization, no rules. No new rules. So we do everything with a distance. So it's really based on the goodwill of the stakeholders to build together, to share resources and existing measures to perhaps create more relevant ones at that scale. If there are questions, I'll come back to this, but I'm going to move on now. But it's interesting to understand how we can progress in this field. Now, the Italian presidency. There's a problem in terms of the initial method that we started to use as a region. We couldn't have a Piedmont or a Lombardy region presidency. There are 8 regions, 27 million inhabitants, practically 1/3 of the Alpine region, which has 80 million inhabitants. So the first thing that we did was to set up a signed agreement with the state. The state entrusted us with the presidency for the year if we came up with an agreement, an official instrument that was signed by the stakeholders, and that's part of the register. So it's very bureaucratic, but it gives us the possibility of managing and organizing the presidency at the level of the regions. So we're a plural presidency with several regions. The Lombardy region is coordinating the 7 other regions and autonomous provinces. There's a lot of diversity in the north of Italy. We have sea regions, mountain regions. We also have the plains with very different economies and different languages. In northern Italy, we have Germany, French used in the Aoste Valley. We have bilingual regions. And it's quite complicated to manage. But we've been coordinating regions in the Alpine projects for quite some time now. So it's possible for us to manage this annual presidency. So that's the first point of methodology. Now, in terms of content, we've shown, or we brought up the green economy. So it's often used everywhere. And we're trying to achieve things, organize conferences, and to advance on certain projects while rolling out this green economy into different topics. So we could see it from an economic standpoint, the environmental standpoint, sustainability. How can we ensure the continuity of the economic cycle? Of the economic cycle, the circular economy, if you like. So those are some of the main ideas that connect the events and initiatives that the different regions will be organizing during this year. Another important point for us, it's very important to involve the local authorities. Until now, we've had strategies everywhere. The Baltic is practically just the states. The Danube strategy started to involve regions. And with the Alpine strategy, that the regions started to have more power at the European level. Almost all of the regions are working together at a certain level of power at administrative levels. So our challenge is to involve all the other levels. In general, we talk about multi-level governance. So bringing in together all the different levels that are close to the citizens in the provinces or in the département in France, the commune or the municipalities are the first level for the citizens. So why not involve the municipalities in the challenges of the Alpine strategy? This is quite difficult because if In northern Italy, in this region, we have 3,500 municipalities, and that's just Italy. If you think of all of the municipalities throughout the Alps, it becomes quite complicated. But our interest, our will, is to talk about the strategy. So we have a knowledge gap here, as we've seen, in terms of the strategy. So there's something that's not working.
That's it.
So the strategy would have to be better known, and we need to be able to spread it everywhere. In terms of continuity with the French presidency, well, that's the direction that we're moving towards. The Tyrol has decided to get young people involved at all levels, and we need to make headway with that approach, and we need to work on the local authorities or with the local authorities. We're all in contact with the French presidency. And I think we should have more involvement and participation on behalf of the authorities. So that's it for the French presidency, and I'll stop there for the moment. Thank you, Raffaele. I'm going to attempt to transition now. This is a fashionable word today. So we've understood that the Alpine region may be a utopian union. But what about the question that I asked Raffaele? Let's ask the same question of Nicola. So, what can we do the opposite exercise? Can we ask ourselves whether the Alps, whether what we're trying to build, this Alpine region, whether this region, it can offer the European Union something? How does the region contribute to the construction or consolidation of the Union? It's not necessarily the golden age of the European Union at the moment. The title of the conference is a union and malunion or de-union. And this is a hot topic at the moment. So how can a system like this help to build a better Europe? Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to the conference. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to everybody for being here for this fairly laborious subject, which is plunging us into the heart of the European Union operation. So multi-level governance. The European Commission is wondering about cross-cutting governance. It has been wondering about it since the 2000s. There was a little problem in the great 80s and 90s integration period, impelled by Jacques Delors, taking us through to the start of the 2000s, and there's now a break between the different levels. So the Commission is wondering how it can rethink the way the European Union works. The treaties, the Nice Treaty was a failure. The French were not very good when they had the presidency. But that's the debate, and it's the debate that was on the table in the 2000s. And there are a number of regional authorities networking to try and focus on a regional policy. This is what we started doing in the 2000s. But there was an objective missing, and that is the objective of regional cohesiveness, economic and social cohesiveness. And we've got the regional level is missing. The Italians, the French, and a few others have tried to push for this. We've tried to set up a link with the subject of governance. Often we confuse, but not just in France, the question of governance and the question of government. And the discussions that we've already had on the macro-regional level proves that we're talking about similar things, but it's very difficult to define the limit between the two. And the challenge for strategy is to look at governance first of all. So the question of governance emerged in the 2000s. There was a white paper published by the Commission on governance, and the regional question or regional cohesiveness very clearly emerged in the debate with the Constitutional Treaty and then the Lisbon Treaty, the hidden daughter, if you like, or hidden son. I don't know whether it was a daughter or a son, that talked about regional cohesiveness in 2008. But let me insist on the fact that the European Union is an unfinished process. What can the Alps do for the European Union? Well, first of all, we have to see it as an unfinished process. There are two major trends in geopolitics. You've got the idea of centralizing, having an intergovernmental operation where the states are the real bosses. This is still the case today. And then there's another logic, more of a federal logic, that has been around since the 80s, where skills and powers are transferred with the co-decision making between the Parliament and the Council. Europe, with its 27 or 28 countries, we don't know how many there will be. Maybe the British will tell us one day if they eventually decide what to do. So there's the question, therefore, brought up by Raffaella and Alexandra. It's a governance at multiple levels. And the community level, it's highly integrated, the intergovernmental level, and then the interregional level that you've maybe heard of, the interreg level, this cooperation between regions, the networks of different regions, and the association of European mountain elected officials is part of that interregional level. And you've got the Alpine space, you've got the broad west, you've got the Baltic states, and then the cross-border, Italy, France, France-Italy, France, Switzerland, Spain, France. There are cross-border regions everywhere. So these different types of logic are interregional types of logic. But then you have the question, how do you link them all? How do you bring it all together? What about local investments? What about cooperation? What about getting Europe closer to these regions? And this is something that has been impelled by the Scandinavians, by the Baltic countries, by the Swedes in particular. They said, OK, that's enough. Let's stop waiting for Brussels to do something for us. Let's come together around the table with the Russians and work on the common challenge, the environmental challenge and the transport challenge to begin with, plus the energy challenge. And we mustn't forget that there's a historic link here in the Baltic region. That cooperation has a long history stretching over thousands of years. So in the Baltic strategy, you've got states and you have the metropolitan areas, the major cities that are also present in the debate. There are also major ports, and that's not by chance. So the Scandinavians launched the idea, and the idea works. It woke us up in the Alps. And as of 2008 with Raffaelli, we were in Chamonix. When France had the presidency of the European Union, the subject was dealt with in Paris when there was a conference on regional cohesiveness. And so we looked at macro-regional strategies like the Scandinavians were looking at. So there was a lot of talk, but there were a number of stakeholders, European stakeholders as well, in Brussels, in the regions, who also wondered whether there wasn't an opportunity to be seized on in order to bring this technocratic Europe more together. But Europe is no more technocratic than its different countries. But the idea was to say, OK, we need to bring Europe closer to the challenges, our challenges. Otherwise, it's going to get lost and we'll all be losers. And we'll be losing out on the advantage of working together, the interests, the common interests that we have. So it wasn't simple. But as Raffaelli was saying, it's the Bavarians who used their political clout and built in Brussels. They set up a conference. So for them, it wasn't all about Berlin. They said that the Alpine regions, as part of a macro-regional strategy, could have something to say directly to Europe. So very clearly, it was an Alpine driving force that was behind all of this. Political influence in a European debate. So the Commission saw the strategic interest of moving beyond the debate and discussion between the states and the Commission, which was how the European Union has always worked, with the Council being the key. And so the idea was to do something differently, because that's the way things were organized for treaties. So there was this ambiguity And in the 2000s, between 2011 and 2014, a process emerged, supported by states, taken over by states, notably France, helped by Thierry Pontin as a Savoyard, who was in charge of European affairs. And the focus was on regional ideas put forward by the regions, and an agreement was set up, rather an opportunistic agreement. The idea was to say, okay, the 28 countries of the European Union, we need to focus on some of the specific aspects of Europe's different regions. So we tried to, at that time, streamline things. We were wondering about the European budget at the time, the budget of the different states at the time. We were all victims of the 2008-2009 credit crunch. And so we wondered how to streamline, to harmonize all of that. And so the macro-regional strategy gained in power because it aimed to be more efficient. So there's a link between the Alpine Valley Network and the Alps, because the Alpine Valley Network is based on a lot of cooperation and always has been, and I will stop there. So there's a lot of cooperation. There's the Alpine Convention, there's the Alpine Space, there's cooperation locally with the different working groups focusing on cross-border areas. There are Euro regions. There are many things out there, but all based on different types of logic. So the idea was to streamline everything, to set up the right kind of governance, to give meaning to all of this structure, to provide them with objectives. So in reality, we haven't got there yet. So you might have a positive analysis of this macro-regional strategy and say that there are some clear difficulties trying to set up a real European policy that adapts to its different regions. Programming European funds, well, it takes 6 to 7 years. And we've built the macro-regional strategy, and we've looked as far forward as 2020. But even with the existing funds, we haven't been able to streamline them around the same objectives. So the challenge in the future for the Italian presidency in Lombardia and the French presidency is to be ready in 2020, because we're currently looking at regulations and budgets and European funds. So the idea is to streamline everything, harmonize everything, so that we can focus on shared objectives defined at macro-regional level. And I can add something else to this because it seems important. We're talking about a slightly broader scope, in fact, than the Alpine Convention. The Alpine Convention focuses on mountain areas, and sometimes mountain dwellers and mountain municipalities didn't like this because often it was more, the Alpine Convention was very much coordinated at an intergovernmental level, whereas local municipalities had different philosophies. And so it was seen as a kind of way to put mountains in their own little silo. So the idea was to have more sharing, not just between mountain areas, not just between high mountain areas and valleys, but also between metropolitan areas. And this is a clear and strategic challenge. You know, what's happening in Grenoble, what's happening in Milan and Turin and Munich and Vienna is also interesting for different populations, different areas. I think this is a clear challenge for the coming years. Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. I had a question, but perhaps we need to stop there and maybe have some questions from the floor. But I've got this question that I just want to share with you first. The scope of the Alpine Convention was very much focused on mountain areas of the Alpine Valley Network. And the regions wanted to focus on a macro-regional strategy. And we were talking about not having a scope at one specific point in time. There were people that were for not having a specific perimeter, but who were for taking into account urban areas, large metropolitan areas, peri-alpine metropolitan areas. Zurich, Munich are not that far away from the Alps. We can't say that Zurich is in the Alps, but it's not far away. Milan, Marseille, Lyon, Vienna, So we wanted people wanted a broader area in order to just concentrate on the interdependency between these areas, the natural interdependency that existed. Mountains have never existed alone, and neither have cities, and we're in a good place to say this here in Grenoble. So the idea was to focus on that interaction between metropolitan areas and the Alps. And that was something that should have been at the heart of the macro-regional strategy, but it's something that's been lost over the course of time. So now we need to rework on the links between urban populations and mountain populations. This is one of the ideas of the French presidency, to try and focus again on these interactions for the macro-regional strategy. So if you agree, I suggest now that we hand over to the participants of this session, and I'm sure they have some questions. Thank you. So my question is, how is this going to be felt at local level, at Grenoble level? Who are the stakeholders? Is it the Metropolitan Authority? Is it the City Council? Is it the Regional Council or the County Council? I can ask you, as the president of the international working group of the mountain range. So the regions, first and foremost, as Rafaela said, it's the regions who are at the heart of the process, who are behind the political willpower. So these are key stakeholders, the regions. And in France, it's more the CGIT, the Future Agency for Regional Cohesiveness, that is behind the steering wheel. And what's new over the past few months is the integration that we have. We don't have enough integration yet, but we do have the integration of the Metropolitan Authority. We've got Alexandre, who is looking at technical aspects, and the idea is to get the département or counties involved, there, especially ones that are cross-border. And the challenge, and that's why I was saying that I'm talking as a member of the Massif Committee, in French mountain policy, we've got this Massif focus, this mountain range focus, which is not just about the mountains, but about other areas like the Piedmont area. So, if you're from Chamonix, you will understand what I mean. The Piedmont region is not just Italian. In fact, this is something that has been lost. Grenoble, the Metropolitan Authority, had lost sight of that. I know this because I talked with a number of the Alpine Geography Institute researchers. These are questions that researchers ask themselves. It's almost paradoxical when you're analysing regions. You wonder whether the metropolitan area is kind of the back country, but what about Grenoble? Aren't the Alps the back country of Grenoble? So, these are European challenges. If we talk about innovation in our villages, for example, I'm not shocked by that. It's something that I would continue to do when I go to Brussels. I talk about the challenges that we have in villages. But if we talk about budgets and challenges at European level, we know that these local challenges should be seen as alpine challenges. We should adopt this kind of logic, because this can only help mountain regions as well. So the presence of metropolitan areas can only help everybody. That's why we're all around the table today, so that we can have this upstream, downstream solidarity, so that the metropolitan areas are more globalized. If I could just open a parenthesis at this point, I personally So I've been following this system at metropolitan level or municipal level or city level, whatever you like to call it. Let's imagine that the integration is perfect and we can talk about both indifferently. Whatever the case, for our local areas to buy into this system, a little bit like what Nicolas has just been saying, you need two triggers. The first is that the macro-regional strategy and its partners and its French partners open the doors to us. In other words, the General Commission for Regional Equality, as we've just heard, and the regions need to buy in. Now, to be clear, it wasn't owing to mistrust, but we were just not invited in the past to be part of it. The approach of the French presidency and the macro-regional strategy has changed that. Some key French stakeholders have been invited, people belonging to the association, people belonging to the region. And I can paraphrase what Nicolas has just said. We need to come back down to earth, basically. It shouldn't just be all about Brussels talking about what it thinks is useful. It has to come from the ground. And this is what Raffaele was saying. It's about getting local authorities involved. And that's when the door was opened. I think it was last year, when the president of the Metropolitan Authority, who received a letter from this commission saying, Mr. Ferrari, please come with us, please be part of the team. And of course, we were very happy to receive that letter. And so we said, yes, of course we'll be involved. Now there needs to be a second trigger. And this is what Nicolas has just said. The local authority needs to see that mountain reality that is specific to our metropolitan area. And this is fairly recent. It's about Brest or Marseille thinking, oh, yes, we are next to the sea. So paradoxically, local institutions said, yes, maybe we need to do something about our mountains because they're everywhere. We've got 49 municipalities in the metropolitan area. 34 are mountain municipalities. Maybe, we should be working more closely with them. So I'm cynical because I'm in charge of this kind of thing. And there the trigger is, progressively implementing a metropolitan policy focused on mountains. The Metropolitan Council voted last February for a mountain framework that specifically cites the strategy of the European Union. So you can lend credit to different deliberations voted on by our elected officials, and I know what I'm talking about, being myself a civil servant, but very concretely it means that you've got to also then invest the means, human means, financial means, and as it's an obligation, it means that we've got to work with our authorities and get them to take part in the life of the region, in what's happening at regional, macro-regional and European level. You've got to find the right links so that everybody is involved. And we hope that we'll be able to create these links as part of the French presidency so that we can facilitate or at least act as a driving force. And this means that we're working, side by side with the region. We want, as part of the French presidency of the Alpine Convention, that the question of the relationship between cities and mountain areas is at the heart of what's being decided. This is what we were saying about the Tyrol and what we were saying about young people. It's really the interdependency is very important. We've always experienced this interdependency here in Grenoble. And this theme has come through with the macro-regional strategy. So we should be able to get our feet back down on the ground and focus on some very concrete problems, how to use and manage our forests in the metropolitan area. 50% of the metropolitan area is covered with forests. We've got to make sure that we're using less carbon, But what does that mean today for a metropolitan area to manage its wood in a municipality with some very specific characteristics, different constraints, different budgets, economic requirements? It's true in Grenoble, but it's true in many other alpine cities. In Bolzano, for example, it's true. In Bern, in the Swiss valleys, it's also true. So there's a gentleman at the front there. Or a gentleman behind us, sorry. Yes, hello. Thank you for what you've said. It seems to me that one of the important aspects is transport, allowing people to meet. So here we are in a very sensitive region when it comes to transport, and there's the question of the high-speed train. One of the major representatives, Mr. Salvini, is opposed to this high-speed train with the North League and with their allies. Well, sorry, they're for, but the allies, the Five-Star Movement, are against the high-speed train. What do we do about that? And, of course, this leads me to wonder about Lombardia. Lombardia was the cradle of the North League movement. Raffaele, sorry. I think, well, you knew that you wouldn't escape this kind of question. Anyway, good luck. Thank you. Of course, I can only answer with the words of my president, the president of Lombardia. This is the official stance. I can't answer for what the national government is saying. I can't give my opinion or any comments about the national government. But I can tell you what my president, Mr. Fontana, thinks. He's the president of the Lombardia region. And he clearly said that the high-speed train between Lyon and Turin was a priority for the Lombardia region, just like for the Piedmont region. So So it's also in the interest of Lombardia to have this high-speed train link. It's not just linking Turin and Lyon, or Lyon and Turin. It's also about linking the area with Paris. It's about having a corridor between Eastern and Western Europe. So obviously it's something that's taking us beyond local regions. So, of course, you have to have precautions. You have to have the right instruments that take into account the specific requests or demands of regions. But at a large scale, at European scale for Lombardia, it's something that has to be done. That's my opinion. But it's also the opinion of my president in Lombardia. Nicolas. Yes, without talking about the domestic policies in Italy, I can't obviously talk about that, but this question is not dealt with in the macro-regional strategy. Some of us believe, like, you've got Lyon, Turin, and you've got Brenner. So transport is financed largely by the European Union. It would have been good to have a debate together, regions, states, local authorities, associations, etc. It would have been good to talk about these two questions, especially because we had the Swiss around the table and we could have talked about their experience in rail, because that's very relevant, that experience. Now, so the regions were for, but the states refused to include this subject as part of the macro-regional strategy. Therefore, that's why the process has not been fully explored. We haven't decided collectively yet. So we can discuss things, but we need to work on a consensus. That's the objective of governance. But we can't decide whether the government is regional or national or whatever. And just to try and answer your question, France, well, being the president of the Alpine Convention this year means that, following the Italian presidency for the macro-regional strategy, there's the question of air quality and local mobility, transnational or even European mobility. We also need to deal with these subjects. There's no taboo subject. There shouldn't be any taboo subjects. So for the Lyon-Turin high-speed train, this is something that concerns many people.
Switzerland is at the heart of this European region under construction. It doesn't belong to the European Union. So how can you imagine the integration of Switzerland, which is really the center of this Alpine region? How can you integrate it on a practical level? And what's been done in this field so far? I'm only a few kilometers from them in Chamonix. I almost feel like I'm part of the Valais or the Aoste Valley. This is the experience that we can have with Raphael and Alexandre. Switzerland was a driver for this process. Switzerland started to feel a bit isolated in the Alpine Convention. They were expecting something more pragmatic. That's one of the Swiss strong points. They want things to be useful. They don't want to waste their time. So Switzerland pushed very early for the macro-regional strategy. And I can say this because I like Switzerland, but with a certain political opportunism, this question is a major political one for them. It wasn't subject to a votation or the federal debate, but it allowed them to stay in the European Union and to work with the European Union, not on integration, of course, but reinforced cooperation on major environmental challenges, transport, the economy. There were 6 points: education, possibly, professional training, and such. So the Swiss are actively working on these topics without being part of the EU. Very pragmatic of them. I'd like to add something. Switzerland, from an institutional standpoint, is different from the other states. When we organized the first meeting of the stakeholders in December 2014, we invited all the presidents of the regions, the 48 regions, because theoretically there are 48 regions. We invited the Swiss cantons, and we received an answer from the president of a canton. I won't give you the name of the canton, in the center of Switzerland, and they said, "Great, I hope you're very successful, but we're not part of the Alpine strategy." So I started to wonder, seeing in the meetings that we're organizing with Switzerland, they have the federal government, but no cantons represented. Perhaps only 1 or 2 at a time participating. And we were told that the cantons are free to belong or not to what the federal government does. So the federal government can't automatically involve the cantons. So it requires a specific buy-in from the cantons. They have their own constitution, their states, if you like. I'm Italian, and for me, it's completely inconceivable. If the state agrees to do something, automatically all the members of the state are part of the agreement. And that's a centralist vision. It's not a confederal vision like the Swiss vision. So it took me quite some time to understand the difference in institutional architecture. So it's not a philosophical question, it's a real problem, because we don't know who we're to communicate with in Switzerland. The federal government doesn't have the possibility to do it. The cantons have the power. So which canton do I need to speak with? In the mountain ones, but so you'd think only the mountain cantons would belong to the strategy. But that's not the intention of the strategy, as Nicolas said. The center of the strategy, the raison d'être for the Alpine strategy, is interaction between the cities and the mountains. So we don't want to isolate the mountains in a closed-off area like the Alpine Convention does, which has very different objectives. So for Switzerland is a bit of a problem. I have a lot of Swiss friends, but it's not a philosophical difference. It immediately turns into an operational difference. So to give results to our Swiss friends who want to achieve tangible things, it's quite difficult. Nicolas said it's the Grisons playing the coordination role for the Swiss cantons. The Canton des Grisons was the coordinator of the canton intervention in the strategy for Switzerland. And it's Bern, that's the motor of the process for Switzerland. So it's 6 minutes past 3. We have 9 minutes left. I had other comments concerning the opportunity generated by the Alpine macro-regional strategy for countries like France or Italy to step on the board of Alpine questions that are usually dominated by our German-speaking friends. So Nicolas, Raphael, everybody, as a matter of fact, I have a last question. To my knowledge, and I didn't do a full analysis of this, but I haven't identified at a global scale this time any similar measures, flexible measures to build a transnational tool for cooperation. So are you aware of this anywhere else, in Asia, Africa, any part of the world? I participated with the University of Geneva, Bernard de Barbieux, and others on the question of environmental governance, and there are similar examples, soft examples as you call them, examples of soft governance. An example that seems quite interesting because it's a cross-border one. The Great Lakes in North America, they're managed with a governance strategy that's similar, where the states plus the provinces and the federal governments work together on the environmental challenges. So they have similar processes. There are similar processes across the world. Given the complexity, we have a density of actors and economic and environmental stakes that are quite dense. We're unique in having so many themes, even though we've tried to focus on just 6. It's not always clear enough. But we have a unique density of stakeholders in our project. So Canada and the U.S. manage the Great Lakes, and the states and the provinces concerned on mostly environmental questions. So they're speaking off mic. So Burgundy-Franche-Comté also belongs. There are 3 French regions involved: Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur Sud, and Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, and the Bourgogne-Franche-Comté region. The Jura is part of the Prealps. So I'd like to conclude for the Italian presidency saying that the real challenge, the real stakes beyond the projects, the things that we want to do, the objectives in the action plan, is what Nicolas was saying earlier. We have a lot of interconnected topics, institutions, and levels. And I think it's a school of democracy that we could establish in the Alpine strategy. It's a grandiose word, perhaps, but in a situation like the one that we have in Europe now, and maybe even across the world, where we're lacking democracy and there are risks for democracy, I think almost this daily exercise of debate and discussion, talking about the things that we want to do, we cannot do, this could be very important to bring us together and to have a different way of addressing problems. So there are things that are part of the Commission's action plan that are part of the objectives of the strategy, the stakeholders' platform. So we don't know how, and we don't know what this platform will resemble. So we're imagining an IT platform, a tool that we could use to, rather like a chat group or WhatsApp or something similar. But it's a platform, it's something that the Commission and us, when we wrote this action plan, we imagined having a type of area or space, a non-physical space, where we could bring together the different voices and questions and perhaps not have a solution, but we could at least talk about the problems, which is a good rule for democracy. So if we don't want to talk about the things that be done for the strategy, the green economy, the economy in general, so to be conclusive, what the Italian presidency and the French presidency can bring to this strategy is perhaps a small share. How can we involve people and institutions at the level of the territories? Is there a last question or comment? Otherwise, I think these very encouraging words can be our conclusion, so that the macro-regional exercise for the Alps becomes a way of building democracy in Europe. That's quite a good conclusion. Let's hope that it succeeds. And to come back to the first question from the gentleman, for Grenoble, and I know that the department's also trying to find the space around the table, and we're very in favor of this. We work a lot with the department. It's an indispensable level for dealing with these issues. But the local authorities of the Grenoble metropolitan area are concerned about maintaining and participating in this democratic exercise, which is the macro region of the Alps, to build and consolidate Europe. It's 14 minutes past 3. I'm extremely punctual. So there are a few seconds left if you would like to say something. Is it going to snow this weekend? Yes. And otherwise, thank you all for your presence. Thank you to Raffaele. Good luck with the Italian presidents. I say good luck in a very optimistic way, and thank you to Nicolas. I had a deal with Nicolas, and he wanted me to present Maire de Servoz, and you saw him presented as the head of the European Association of Elected Mountain Officials. So thank you, both of you. Thank you, everyone, and the School of Management in Grenoble for this festival.
C'est-
We'll see. Because I have to teach one last course on the 8th.
Okay, but you would move to back
It's at the end of the day, Sylvian has been quite horrible. Evaluation round, so it's best to move on.
Okay, so when I think in a year's time, when something a bit more long term comes up, you look back and think, as I said, it's a cliche, but a horrible thing.
I think that
it wasn't meant to be.
I very much like the professors and very much like having you in my office. To be honest.
That's very kind.
That's why we share an office.
I think that because the thing if you said you've stayed here, for 10, 15 years or something, and maybe actually you need a bigger place. Maybe you need a bigger space. Though it doesn't matter today because you can write with whoever you want, and the internet is such as it is, but it's probably not a bad thing. Trying to look at the good side of it, Yeah.
I sent you an article for.
I'm going to say you guys are stupid because no, they can't. It could be on. No, it could. The picture could be with both of them on.
More on labor, dynamics of autonomy and control.
Yeah. You give me a bit of time because I'm just really.
We only have 2 microphones, so I'll borrow yours just for a second and then.
So these would mostly be students from the early years, the geopolitics stuff. They're mostly Gen students, aren't they?
Yes, there might be high school students as well.
There's some high school students there.
Can I have a copy of this?
Yeah.
And so I'll just mention your book, Provisional IRA, and also with Paul, this one.
It's 15 euros.
Messieurs, dames, pour les personnes qui n'ont pas de place dans la salle, la conférence est retransmise dans la salle A306 qui se trouve au début du couloir. Merci à vous. Il n'y aura pas de traduction dans cette salle. Est-ce qu'il y a encore des personnes ici qui souhaitent des casques de traduction? Puisque la conférence est en anglais.
They just said in French that the conference would be held in English, and then you can see some disappointed faces like, oh. But they're supposed to speak English quite well. We hope. I have faith in the French education system. We'll see.
We'll see. Just hope my English is as good as theirs.
But yes. So he'll give me the signal to start, and then introduction. First question, I open it to you.
Fine. If I can talk for possibly 5 minutes,
Yes.
I'll try to keep an eye on the clock.
Okay. And then you say there's a pause and say, Paul.
You can just indicate to me to hand over to Paul.
Yeah. So when you for the second question, you start first, and then after like 5 or 7 minutes, you can hand it to Paul.
Okay.
To Tommy. No. Just say.
So I'll do the first bit, yeah.
He's opened the first one.
Okay.
You open the second one. I open the third one. If that's okay with you.
Yeah. No, I think I'm going to do the background here, partition.
Do you want to start first?
Yeah, do it that way, yeah. If you do the Brexit number 2?
Sure, you want to open up?
Open up, and then you can, yeah. And then
Okay.
Sure, we're both sharing.
Yeah, we both
Yeah.
share, yeah.
Okay.
Your mic's live there, Paul, so just watch.
Sorry?
they make slaves, so be careful that you don't
say something.
Tell them your bank details.
Bank details. I can't remember them.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming to this roundtable. I'm Banjaxed Balen. I'm assistant professor here at Grenoble École de Management. I will introduce you to our two distinguished speakers, Tommy McKerney and Paul Stewart. They have very interesting backgrounds. So Tommy McKerney is a former member of the Irish Republican Army, a political ex-prisoner, and a hunger striker. He remains interested in the politics of contemporary Ireland and is often asked by media organizations to comment on Irish Republican politics. He's author of a book, The Provisional IRA, From Insurrection to Parliament Events, and now writes a regular column for the monthly Socialist Voice. He's also a co-author with Paul of The State of Northern Ireland and the Democratic Deficit. During the United Kingdom's European membership referendum in 2016, Tommy campaigned for what was known as a Lexit, left exit position. This position was advocated by several of the left-wing parties on the basis that they viewed the EU as a neoliberal alliance that prevented the advancement of the working class. Tommy is also an active trade unionist, holding a seat on the national executive of the Independent Workers' Union. He's currently helping promote an initiative called the Peadar O'Donnell Socialist Republican Congress, which is promoting the need to build a united socialist movement in Ireland. Originally from the county of Tyrone, he now lives in County Monaghan, sorry for the pronunciation, in the Republic of Ireland. And then to my left, there is Paul. Paul Stewart is a senior research professor in work and employment at Grenoble École de Management. He was professor of the Sociology of Work and Employment at the University of Strathclyde, Glasgow in Scotland. Among his latest publications are the Palgrave Handbook of the Sociology of Work in Europe and Between Sectarianism and Neoliberalism, the State of Northern Ireland and the Democratic Deficit. And we're also sharing an office at GEM. So allow me to start with an open question. Could you give us the historical background of the Northern Ireland Partition and of the Good Friday Agreement?
Thank you, Banjaxed. Thank you for that introduction and welcome. And we hope we can cover about 10 centuries of history in 5 minutes. We could start with the invasion of Ireland in the 12th century, but let's go forward a little bit. In 1919. Ireland was partitioned in 1920 after a period of civil war, after a period of war between Britain and Ireland, and then an internal civil war. And sometimes we refer to the period after 1920 as a period of counter-revolution. In the south of Ireland, what became the Republic of Ireland, had a very illiberal theocracy, really, Catholic theocracy. And that pushed back a lot of the gains that had been made in the period from 1916 to 1919. But we're talking about the north of Ireland today, or sometimes described as the north of Ireland, sometimes described as Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland is a part of the United Kingdom. And from 1920 to 1969, it was a small state run with a very, very close political class. And Tommy and I refer to this as the Orange State, the Protestant state. And Northern Ireland was set up in such a way as to ensure that the demographics would always maintain a Protestant majority. Political leaders in the 1920s and subsequently, sometimes there could be guilty of, you might call it demographic reductionism, or sometimes sociological reductionism. The assumption would be that Protestants would always have a 2/3 majority in 6 counties of Northern Ireland, which were Northern Ireland, became part of the United Kingdom. The
failed to take into account the changing, obviously, nature of society over that period of time, and how could they have done otherwise at the time. But by the 1960s, the nature of society in the North had changed quite substantially, and whereas Catholics had been denied housing allocation, had been denied the vote in local elections, and had been denied fair access to jobs, by the 1960s that was starting to change because of in part because of the external effect of what was Fordist capitalism, or really a form of imperialism at the time. And many Catholics were beginning to get jobs. There was developing a Catholic middle class, and a growing recognition that society, well, a growing response, really a political response to the recognition that society had been discriminating against a large section, a third of the population. And so what you began to see was a movement for civil rights, where people were demanding one, of course, the language at the time was one man, one vote, but it would have been women as well. Today we would say one person, one vote. At the time was one man, one vote, fair allocation of housing, fair jobs for all. The state, the Northern Ireland state, had been built on the basis of a form of political exclusion, and it was very difficult because of the way the state had been created to ensure a majority of Protestants. For Catholics or Catholic parties or nationalist, Irish nationalist parties to ever challenge the state. And in the late 60s, as the growing Catholic middle class began to push for reform, there was a resonance within, or among some Protestant people in the Protestant community as well, to change. The reaction by the state highlighted the impossibility of local political reform, and it also highlighted the importance that the state placed on repressive apparatuses, what Louis Althusser would call repressive state apparatuses. And the peaceful demonstration for reform and for change was met by very, very violent response from the state. And over a long period of months and years, that led into a war. I don't have time to go into that now, but a war between many people within the nationalist, the Catholic community, and the British state, and the Unionist community as well, to try and resolve that. And there were many debates, as you can imagine, as to whether the IRA was defeated or whether the British Army was. The fact is that by the late 1980s and early 1990s, the British state, the British establishment, realised that it couldn't, it wasn't it wasn't Vietnam, or it wasn't the Second World War. They couldn't drop large bombs in Belfast from 18,000 feet. They're dealing with a deep civil conflict in a northwestern European society. You want it to be normal. You want people to shop in Marks and Spencer's or C&A or the equivalent of Carrefour. You're trying to maintain a degree of normality, and yet there's an insurgency which is supported by a huge section of the minority population. And we're talking about volunteers. This is a country which had about 1.5 million people and an insurgency force of maybe 15,000 people over a period of time, in which 3,500 people died, a conflict in which 3,500 people died. And it seemed to be no end to this. There certainly wasn't a military solution. And the so-called Good Friday Agreement, which was signed in 1998 between the British government and the Sinn Féin party and the Democratic Unionist Party and the Unionists and all the political parties in Northern Ireland, sought to end the sectarian state once and for all, sought to introduce a form of political society, which in some ways you could say was a normal kind of society, in which people who consider themselves to be Catholic or Irish nationalists could have political representation. They could march and demonstrate without fear of being shot, as had been the case previously. And an attempt to make society in a way more normal in a Western liberal democratic sense. But the problem with that was that it's not a normal society. And one of the things we argued in this, Tommy and I and some colleagues argued in this book, is that Northern Ireland is still a sectarian society. It's a sectarianism, the old sectarianism in which the unionist, the Protestant unionist hierarchy dominated, has gone. That's for sure. But there's a different kind of sectarian society in which, in order to make peace, the British government, along with the Irish government and European Commission, the European Parliament, argued that in future in the Parliament there had to be a division of interests, 50-50, between the Catholics and Protestants. And what it did was to introduce a different sort of sectarianism. In fact, it reinforced divisions between Unionists, Protestants, and Nationalists and Republicans, and some of the consequences we see to this day. And it does impact in many ways on what happened during the Brexit debates in Britain, because what happened, you will know that a very small political party in Northern Ireland, the Democratic Unionist Party, the DUP, which was the party of the old Protestant loyalist British supporting political class, forced Theresa May or said she would support Theresa May because of the minority government, the British minority government in Westminster, and the price they would expect that Theresa May would have to pay would be that Theresa May would support the DUP, support the Democratic Unionist Party. That's a very brief history of the world in Ireland from, did we start in 1200? From early 20th century through to the late 1990s. And perhaps we could now then start with the contemporary issues.
Thank you. Would you like to comment on this historical sequence?
Very briefly, Paul has outlined the historical background quite accurately. One thing I would emphasise, though, for this audience is that the differences in Northern Ireland are not theological. They are not religious. It's not a religious conflict. The two communities, if you like, in many ways we are talking about one community that is divided historically for strategic reasons. Ireland was seen, when Britain was the global superpower, Ireland was obviously seen as a strategic asset, area from where Britain could possibly be vulnerable to attack from outside, and thus insisted effectively on maintaining what would be a garrison on Ireland. And it turned out to be, at the beginning of the 20th century, that they encouraged the creation of the state of Northern Ireland in order to have actual presence on the ground in Ireland, which made strategic sense from Britain's point of view through the 20th century, while it was effectively a world superpower. This has changed over the century. Britain is no longer a global superpower, in spite of the fact that some British people would like to think of it as such, but it's no longer the global superpower. The differences were fostered in order to create a situation where one section of the community in Northern Ireland would feel that it had an advantage over the other, and therefore structural discrimination was practiced in order to maintain a cross-class alliance within what we call the unionist community, those that favour the union with Britain. So that was the reason for much of the structural discrimination, to allow one section, particularly the working class, the Protestant working class, to have not huge but significant advantages in terms of employment, in terms of housing, in terms of cultural rights. Now, I think we have got to keep in mind that this is not theological. This is not a dispute similar to the Reformation disputes that would have happened in continental Europe during the 16th century. It's a democratic issue, economic and democratic, rather than religious. So I think that is something that's important to keep in mind.
So, based on the history you've just presented, why is the Northern Ireland backstop mechanism so important for the Brexit negotiations?
Well, it's important for this reason.
C'est important parce que l'accord signé en 88, donc l'accord de Good Friday, donc je vais essayer de définir ce que cela veut dire, le backstop. Oui, cela peut prêter à confusion. Donc, avec la Grande-Bretagne et le référendum, donc la Grande-Bretagne et la volonté de quitter l'Union européenne. Donc il y avait 7 accords signés en 88, donc l'accord de Good Friday ou de Belfast, il y a 2 noms. Donc on a identifié la sensibilité de la politique en Irlande du Nord par rapport à la République de l'Irlande, parce qu'un nombre croissant de personnes en Irlande du Nord, donc il y a eu des changements démographiques considérables, donc avec son effet sur la vie politique. Donc la question prédominante aujourd'hui, ce n'est pas le Brexit en Irlande du Nord. Le problème, c'est la position constitutionnelle de l'Irlande du Nord au sein du Royaume-Uni. Est-ce qu'elle reste ou est-ce qu'elle part? Et est-ce qu'elle devient une partie de la République? C'est ça la question cruciale, en fait. Et c'est ça qui fait émerger des passions parmi les personnes de l'Irlande du Nord. Le Brexit, c'est juste une question ancillaire. Mais parce qu'il y a eu de la reconnaissance à Dublin et à travers l'Union européenne, on sait qu'il y a cette politique, ce côté politique sensible. Donc si la Grande-Bretagne quittait avec l'Irlande du Nord, à ce moment-là, il y aurait une barrière douanière entre la République de l'Irlande qui resterait partie de l'Union européenne et l'Irlande du Nord qui ne ferait plus partie de l'Union européenne. Et là, on aurait une frontière dure avec des douanes, des douaniers. Il y aurait des barrières physiques. Et pour éviter cela, les Britanniques, avec le gouvernement irlandais et l'Union européenne, on se met d'accord pour dire que l'Irlande du Nord sera traitée à part, qu'on allait prendre en considération l'Irlande du Nord en tant qu'exemple à part. Et donc, il n'y aura pas de besoin de règlement douanier ou de marché unique qui est légèrement différent. C'est-à-dire que les règlements gouvernant la qualité de biens, c'est quelque chose qui est commun au sein du marché unique. Et donc, ceci s'appliquerait à l'Irlande du Nord, comme si l'Irlande du Nord était encore une province de l'Union européenne. Et c'est ça le backstop. Si les Britanniques, si le gouvernement britannique ne pouvait pas se mettre d'accord sur un commerce, un échange libre avec l'Union européenne, lors de son départ de l'Union, sans conditions, sans accord, l'Irlande du Nord serait traitée comme faisant partie de l'Union européenne, c'est-à-dire, et c'est ça le backstop. C'était une garantie ou une sauvegarde pour éviter que l'Irlande du Nord mette en place des barrières douanières et des règlements pour réguler le marché unique. Le marché unique ne serait pas, ce n'est pas juste tout ce qui est douane, mais c'est quelque chose qui régule le contrôle qualité, la sécurité de biens agricoles, des mesures de sécurité concernant les produits alimentaires s'appliqueraient à l'Irlande du Nord. Un téléviseur fabriqué en Grande-Bretagne peut être vu comme sûr. Donc, il y aurait des règlements différents. Donc, l'Irlande du Nord était exclue de tout cela. Donc, c'était ça le backstop. Alors, le backstop est devenu... En fait, c'est devenu difficile pour le Royaume-Uni lorsqu'il devait partir. Cela posait un problème au sein de la situation politique. Le DUP, qui était pour l'Union en Irlande du Nord, avait le pouvoir à Westminster, au sein du Parlement britannique. Et le DUP pensait que s'il y avait un traitement spécial à l'Irlande du Nord après le départ de l'Union européenne de la Grande-Bretagne, ceci créerait une différence pratique et juridique entre l'Irlande du Nord et le reste du Royaume-Uni et la Grande-Bretagne. Et donc, le DUP pensait que l'Irlande du Nord serait déplacée plus vers l'Irlande de la République de l'Irlande. Donc, c'était ça les défis. Et donc, le DUP s'est allié aux Brexiteers de ligne dure, et ils ont utilisé cet argument pour dire que il fallait un Brexit dur et ferme. Donc, au sein du Parti conservateur, du Parti Labour, on pense que le Brexit mou serait avantageux, qu'il y aura quelques éléments de l'Union européenne qui resteraient et que nous aurions, par exemple, une union douanière au sein du marché unique. Ce sont des débats internes à la Grande-Bretagne. Si vous avez suivi, vous savez à quel point cela prête à confusion et à litige. Et en Irlande, on se préoccupait de cette frontière physique ou pas. Et pour tous ceux qui voulaient une Irlande unifiée, le parti Sinn Féin, les partis à Dublin disaient que ce n'était pas acceptable, qu'on allait revenir au passé avec cette frontière physique. Il y en avait qui disaient que c'est une position de négociation, que le gouvernement de Dublin promouvait la possibilité d'un retour à l'insurrection armée avec une frontière visible. Moi, je ne suis pas convaincue de cela. Moi, je pense que l'argument a été utilisé pour dire qu'il ne voulait pas de cela à cause de la création d'emplois dans le domaine douanier. Les Britanniques ne voulaient pas créer des emplois, ne voulaient pas imposer des taxes entre le déplacement de biens entre l'Irlande du Nord et la République de l'Irlande. Mais si vous voulez, cela a été très frustrant vis-à-vis du départ de la Grande-Bretagne si le backstop restait. Parce que si la Grande-Bretagne quittait sans accord, l'Irlande du Nord resterait au sein de l'Union européenne. Et étant donné les circonstances, les gens qui étaient pour une Irlande unifiée, les gens qui étaient pour le retrait de la séparation, pensaient que c'était une opportunité la possibilité était de promouvoir cette idée d'union. Merci, Paul. Est-ce que vous voulez rajouter quelque chose? Je pense que donc on peut se poser la question, qu'est-ce qui va se passer ensuite? Qu'est-ce qui va se passer maintenant? Et nous avons écrit dernièrement sur le rôle de l'État britannique en Irlande. Si on pense à l'Irlande, c'est un petit pays au nord qui fait partie de la Grande-Bretagne. La population, c'est la population de Lyon, en gros, même plus petite. Pourquoi ceci joue un rôle tellement dans la politique britannique? On peut se poser la question. Comme Tommy disait, on a dû styliser un peu l'argument et nos points de vue, mais historiquement, l'Irlande a été stratégique pour la Grande-Bretagne. Alors, lorsque je parle de l'Irlande, je pense que depuis les années 90, la Grande-Bretagne a décidé, il y a eu des enquêtes, des études faites par des Anglais au cours des 40-50 dernières années, les Écossais, les Gallois, les gens s'en fichent de l'Irlande du Nord. Et en fait, la Grande-Bretagne n'a pas eu d'intérêt stratégique en termes de présence en Irlande, et depuis longtemps. Mais le problème, c'est comment quitter sans être obligé de revenir. Et la façon la plus facile de quitter l'Irlande, c'est de ne pas quitter l'Irlande. Et ce que nous proposons, c'est que depuis 1988, la réflexion de l'établissement britannique, et cela revient à Brexit, les gens sont assez énervés par tout cela, parce que cela dérange la trajectoire de la classe politique britannique. Comme quelqu'un l'a dit, la Grande-Bretagne ne s'intéresse pas au parti unioniste, elle s'intéresse au DUP, mais ce n'était pas censé être comme cela. Souvenez-vous, de votre histoire politique. Theresa May était censée gagner l'élection il y a 2 ans avec une majorité et en fait, ce n'était pas le cas. Mais en fait, la Grande-Bretagne ne s'intéresse pas aux unionistes. Il y a beaucoup de classes moyennes unionistes. Et moi, je pense que la culture a un rôle à jouer, mais on aimerait bien faire partie d'une Irlande unifiée. Nous n'avons pas eu de problème depuis longtemps avec cette idée. Donc, le problème, ce n'est pas avec le DUP. Récemment, on a écrit sur le rôle de l'État profond irlandais. On a parlé de la collusion, du rôle de l'État britannique, de la police, de l'armée, dans des tueries visées par l'État au cours des 30-40 dernières années. Et en fait, la Grande-Bretagne se concentre sur Belfast aujourd'hui. On se demande pourquoi. Et nous pensons que, en fait, la Grande-Bretagne savait qu'elle ne pouvait pas battre le Parti nationaliste. Et donc, la meilleure façon de gagner la guerre, c'était de persuader les gens de ne pas s'impliquer, d'utiliser des agents, de manipuler l'opposition. Et c'est quelque chose qui s'est passé pendant très longtemps. Et le rôle de la Grande-Bretagne, son intérêt pour l'Irlande, ce n'est pas pour battre l'IRA. Tout cela, ça fait partie du passé. Mais aujourd'hui, lorsqu'on est à Belfast, si on regarde la relation donc, il y a la République de l'Irlande et l'ordre du jour, enfin l'agenda, pardon, c'est pas pareil que l'agenda de l'Irlande du Nord. Étant donné les développements politiques récents, qu'est-ce que vous voyez à l'avenir, à court terme, à moyen terme, vis-à-vis de la relation entre l'Irlande, la République de l'Irlande et la Grande-Bretagne? Alors, le rapport entre la République et la Grande-Bretagne ou le Royaume-Uni ne changera pas, à mon avis. Ils auront beaucoup d'intérêts en commun. Donc, il peut y avoir des différences actuellement. Donc, il y a le processus Brexit qui doit être traité. Et si vous avez suivi la politique au cours des derniers jours, vous savez qu'on ne sait pas ce qui va se passer. Moi, je pense que le gouvernement britannique ne sait pas ce qui va se passer. Mais la préoccupation plus grande, comme Paul Stewart le disait, ne concerne pas les conséquences du Brexit dans les zones frontières entre l'Irlande du Nord et la République, mais concerne plutôt le conflit en continu. Alors, le facteur important en Irlande du Nord, ce n'est pas le Brexit. C'est la démographie qui change, qui évolue. Donc, tous ceux qui ont peur d'une union, là, leur nombre augmente. Tous ceux qui ont peur de l'union avec la Grande-Bretagne, là, les nombres sont en décroissance. Alors, donc là, c'est plutôt 46-47% qui sont pour une union et 42% sont pour un rapport en continu avec la Grande-Bretagne. Et lorsqu'on regarde la jeunesse en école primaire, au lycée, au collège, veulent l'union entre les deux Irlandes. Donc, dans les 10 à 20 années à venir, cet équilibre de pouvoir va changer. Donc, avec ceci à l'esprit, donc à Londres et à Dublin et à Belfast, on sait que le Brexit peut être utilisé comme un catalyseur de difficultés futures. Et en termes de l'avenir, donc l'Irlande du Nord, si elle reste au sein du périmètre de l'Union européenne, et c'est assez probable, la Grande-Bretagne n'aura pas de Brexit dur elle va rester dans l'union douanière, elle va continuer à faire partie du marché unique. Il y aura la solution norvégienne. Il y aura un compromis entre un Brexit dur et puis avec la question de l'Irlande du Nord ayant accès à l'Union européenne grâce à la République de l'Irlande. Mais la question plus large ici, c'est l'Union européenne pense quoi? Et là, je vais vous lire un paragraphe d'une revue d'un livre qui s'appelle Le troisième pilier de Raghuram Rajan. Cet homme, jusqu'à dernièrement, c'était le gouverneur de la Banque de l'Inde, donc un membre de la direction du Fonds monétaire international et un conférencier au Chicago School of Economics. Et lui, il a parlé de la question du capitalisme. Il dit qu'il s'agit d'une époque dangereuse. Si les gens n'ont plus confiance en marché, si les communautés commencent à être en déclin, s'ils pensent que l'élite s'est appropriée toutes les opportunités, il y aura des protestations. Et je pense que c'est quelque chose qui nous emmène au-delà de la discussion immédiate. Est-ce que les deux Irlandes et la Grande-Bretagne vont pouvoir contenir ce désenchantement, ce sentiment d'éloignement? Je pense que ceci a contribué au vote contre l'Union européenne au sein de la Grande-Bretagne. Et même si cela paraît bizarre pour quelqu'un de l'Irlande du Nord de dire cela, la perception que le vote en Grande-Bretagne était à cause de l'ignorance, à cause de la xénophobie, à cause de l'impérialisme, je pense que toutes ces choses-là ont joué un rôle. Mais on ne peut pas le réduire à cela. On ne peut pas oublier l'éloignement de la classe ouvrière des avantages. Donc, il y a eu Reagan, il y a eu Thatcher, il y a eu des réductions de budget. Et donc, tout ceci a eu un impact sur les classes ouvrières britanniques. Et cela peut aller au-delà de la Grande-Bretagne, au-delà de l'Irlande. Et c'est ça la question dont il faut parler. Et lorsqu'on parle de l'Union européenne, il faut... Et c'est ça qui a facilité la croissance de la droite extrême. Est-ce que le Brexit va déséquilibrer la situation? En Irlande du Nord, actuellement, il y a une petite partie de la communauté républicaine qui veut utiliser des armes, une résistance armée. Il s'agit d'un petit nombre de personnes sans beaucoup de soutien. On ne veut pas revenir au passé et à la guerre qu'on avait. Mais il y a ces personnes qui existent, mais qui ne sont pas bien soutenues. Ils ne peuvent pas se battre contre le gouvernement britannique, mais il s'agit d'un groupe de personnes qui est étroitement surveillé. Donc, c'est un groupe qui ne peut pas faire grand-chose. Et à mon avis, le Brexit va avoir un impact. Le Brexit est une question économique, essentiellement. Ce n'est pas quelque chose qui est lié à la constitution irlandaise. L'idée que ces personnes seraient extrêmement énervées par les douanes, c'est une autre question. Mais il s'agit d'un symbole de l'administration britannique. On a déjà des cours, des tribunaux, des commissariats de police, on a des bureaux fiscaux, on a beaucoup de bâtiments liés à la présence britannique. Alors pourquoi est-ce que des douanes seraient différentes? Donc il y a ce concept à un conflit. Donc il y a cette idée d'un retour au conflit armé qui est utilisé pour avancer d'autres agendas politiques. Donc voilà, je vais peut-être passer la parole à Paul. Je suppose que Donc nous étions là en train de parler hier. Il y a eu le vote en Grande-Bretagne. Il y avait les commentateurs politiques à Londres qui n'arrivaient pas à interpréter le vote parce que cela prête à confusion. Je pense que c'est facile de dire. Donc il y a eu notre révolution. Et pour l'instant, c'est trop tôt. On ne sait pas ce qui va se passer. On n'aurait pas pu imaginer, même pendant la crise grecque, un vote de départ de l'Union européenne. Même s'il y avait cette antipathie vis-à-vis de l'Union européenne et de ce qu'elle symbolisait. Pour moi, cela fait partie d'une crise générale, la crise de l'État britannique. Et Tommy a raison. Moi, j'en ai marre. Et je suppose que c'est votre cas également. J'en ai marre de personnes qui ont voté pour le Brexit. Donc, c'était des ouvriers dans le Sunderland, dans les West Midlands, qui perdaient leur travail. Mais même ça fait partie de l'histoire du Brexit. Ça fait partie de la crise politique parce que presque 70% d'Écossais ont voté pour rester au sein de l'Union. La majorité des personnes en Irlande du Nord ont voté pour rester au sein de l'Union. Mais en fait, il s'agit de personnes. Donc, si vous voulez dire qu'il y a une demi-douzaine de personnes qui créent un problème, il s'agit de ces membres du DUP qui ne représentent pas une majorité de personnes en Irlande du Nord qui ont voté pour rester. C'est le parti qui pousse le Brexit dur. C'est ce parti en Irlande du Nord qui ne représente pas grand monde. Et en fait, ce qu'on essaie de dire, c'est qu'il y a cette crise plus large au sein de l'État britannique. Et c'est une crise du capitalisme d'un point de vue mondial, moi je dirais. Donc, comme je l'ai déjà souligné lorsque j'ai vu le texte du Financial Times, c'est une crise du capitalisme parce que, à cause des ramifications du Brexit, du vote pour le Brexit, et malgré le soutien du DUP pour un Brexit très dur, à un certain niveau, cela encourage leur vue que l'Irlande du Nord est britannique est très différente du reste de l'Irlande, ce qui n'est pas le cas. En fait, l'Irlande n'est pas tellement différente de la Grande-Bretagne, même si on a deux institutions bien différentes. Nous ne sommes pas tellement différents. Mais en fait, le DUP veut créer des divisions très dures, physiques, politiques, sociales, économiques, entre le Nord et le Sud, parce que cela convient à leur agenda, mais cela leur coûte également. Et donc, l'accord proposé par Theresa May, qui prête à dispute au sein du House of Commons et au sein du Parlement, qui donnerait un traitement avantageux à l'Irlande du Nord. Donc, l'Irlande du Nord aurait eu un accès simultané à l'Union européenne et à la Grande-Bretagne, donc aurait un avantage. Donc, le DUP a voté contre cela. Et donc, voté contre leurs propres intérêts. C'est ce qu'on pourrait croire. Et après, il y avait the Ulster Farmers Union, le syndicat des agriculteurs, donc qui a critiqué le DUP. Le CBI, donc c'est la Confédération d'industrie britannique, qui est pour le marché, l'échange libre, a critiqué le DUP également. L'industrie de l'accueil a beaucoup critiqué le DUP. Donc les gens qui sont dans l'industrie, qui sont dans les affaires, critiquent le DUP. Donc on a vu des différences entre les représentants du monde d'affaires et les représentants de l'unionisme, parce que traditionnellement, les Ulster Farmers Union, the Confederation of British Industry, l'industrie de l'accueil, soutenaient le DUP. Donc on voit qu'il n'y a plus ce soutien C'est un soutien qui est en érosion. Et au cours des derniers jours, je pense que c'est Lord Patten, mais Chris Patten travaillait dans le gouvernement de Margaret Thatcher. Il était en Irlande, il a été interviewé et il a dit que le DUP, puisqu'il ne travaillait pas avec Theresa May, puis avec son accord, avec un atterrissement doux, il disait que le DUP facilitait l'agenda républicain. Et intuitivement, le DUP, le Democratic Unionist Party, le DUP, est en train de promouvoir l'agenda auquel il s'était engagé en opposition. Alors, maintenant, on peut peut-être ouvrir la discussion et les gens peuvent poser des questions. Je ne sais pas s'il y a des microphones quelque part.
Don't be shy.
Il ne faut pas être timide.
Very interesting. Really interesting to get this presentation from you, because you're doing a better job than the BBC, by the way. Because I'm interested to know more about the idea that it's a purely economic problem, which Tommy was saying, in Northern Ireland. He seems to think it's more that way than anything else. Don't you think that the fact that the British government are still voting against, the Parliament, I should say, are still voting against the famous deal, it's not just the hardline Brexiters that are voting against it? Because if it was, we wouldn't have 150 voting against it, right? It seems to me that there's a political will to not let Northern Ireland go. And I'm intrigued by what you said earlier about the fact that it's a strategic part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So I'm interested in that, what you might think to that.
Thank you. I think there are more factors in play in terms of rejecting the Theresa May deal in the House of Commons than simply a desire to keep Northern Ireland within the United Kingdom. I suspect for a start that the Labour Party, which has mixed views on this debate, because there's the belief that Jeremy Corbyn and some of his very closest advisors actually are pro-Brexit. But the Labour Party position in Britain is to support a different single market arrangement. What's been said about the Labour Party voting against Theresa May is that they're in a damned if they do, damned if they don't position, where if they were to support the Theresa May deal, while some of them would see it as being advantageous to remain within that orbit, that it would mean that they would simply endorse the Conservative Party, that thereafter, whatever would happen within the European Union, they couldn't criticise the outworking of it. I don't still believe that Northern Ireland and retaining Northern Ireland within the United Kingdom remains a priority for many politicians in Britain. The strategic position has shifted over the past 50 years. We no longer have the Soviet Union and the Cold War. I think the fact that Britain is no longer effectively a global superpower. The homeland defence in Britain itself really now rests as much on the United States as it does on the Royal Navy. So I think they're taking other decisions, but the decision by the hard Brexiteers, they have used the backstop as an excuse for preventing Theresa May introducing a softer Brexit. The Labour Party has its own political reasons for not supporting it. That give a change of circumstances, if there was a Labour Party in power with under Jeremy Corbyn, I think they could quite comfortably see Northern Ireland drift away. Because keep in mind, as my colleague has pointed out here, we're not talking about a complete departure of British influence from Ireland, because of the connection between the shared interests between Dublin and London in seeing Northern Ireland remain relatively calm, that there now is a very close connection in spite of the differences over Brexit, but there still remains a very fundamental shared interest between Dublin and London in maintaining Northern Ireland calmness, that in the event of the union with Britain and Northern Ireland going, that I would believe that Britain sees Dublin as their ally on the island of Ireland now, rather than Belfast in the past, which it was a boots on the ground position a century ago. It's a question of interest. And I think that now London would look at Ireland and they have, if you like, they have two options. Do you have a relationship similar to the United States and Canada, or do you have a relationship similar to the United States and Cuba? And I think common sense in London will say that the United States and Canada relationship, Dublin and London, is much more desirable than the type of coercive relationship that might have existed in the past. So for that reason, I think Britain has many reasons to maintain the relationship with Dublin, and Dublin has a vested interest in maintaining a very close relationship, alliance with the overall interests and ethos in Britain, whether there's a Brexit or not.
Thank you very much. That's great.
Maybe just a clarification, because to my mind, what's most likely at the moment is a Brexit with no deal at all. And in this case, what we will see is a hard border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and actual very strict customs controls, passport controls, the limited movement of goods, of people, all the freedoms that we have within the European Union today. That'll all be put a hard border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. I'm not sure we got to that point in saying if there is no deal at all, that's what we're going to end up with anyway.
Well, for a start, I'm not sure that there will be no deal. But just accepting that there may be no deal and that Britain falls out of the European Union without any understanding between Britain and the European Union. Within the last 2 days, the British government has published its assessment of what will happen post the 29th of March, that if there is a no deal, they have explicitly said that they are not going to create a customs barrier between the Republic of Ireland and the north of Ireland and Northern Ireland. That's official statement from Britain. Now, that may cause some difficulties with the World Trade Organization, but these issues are not clear at all, because there are exceptions. One exception would be for security, national security. So the British could argue that in the interests of national security, that they can have an exception to the World Trade Organization rules, and they would argue on the basis of Northern Ireland's record of history of violence in the past that this will allow for it. Secondly, that the Irish government has said that they have no interest in putting, and have no intention of putting up customs positions on the Irish border. Now, I think we take it in the whole. We're talking about pragmatic, realpolitik. The European Union has two interests in Ireland, and one is to ensure that Ireland doesn't become an entrepot for global produce to enter the European Union. Now, the European Union has little interest, I would argue, in preventing small-scale individual smuggling from north to south, that if I travel a few miles north and buy a television set and smuggle it home to use at home, that doesn't distort the GDP of the European Union. It's only when there would be mass exports from one to the other. And I believe that at that stage, that the Irish government could equally effectively intercept that type of vast exports through random checkpoints in the Midlands of Ireland or at the ports of Ireland, because Ireland, after all, and I'm only stating the obvious, Ireland is an island. All produce from Ireland, north or south, has to either travel through a seaport or an airport. And if this were to happen, the Irish authorities could quite conveniently intercept goods of that quantity at the seaports or at the airports. They don't have to do it along the border to cause that sort of contention. So I think there's a lot of flexibility, there's a lot of negotiations, and keep in mind that the European Union has no interest in seeing a conflict in Ireland. The British have no interest in seeing a conflict in Ireland. The World Trade Organization has no interest in seeing a conflict in Ireland. When in the round, it's quite easy to determine how much Ireland's GDP is now, and if all of a sudden the Irish start exporting thousands of motor cars to the European Union, to the continental Europe, it's going to be quite obvious what's happening. We don't have any motor factories in Ireland. So the practicalities of it, I think, will ensure that this idea that we're going to have high borders. On the other hand, one of the concerns of the British is the free movement of people. It's impossible to stop the free movement of people from south to north unless you build a huge wall, unless we were to... Now, to be a little bit facetious, Arlene Foster has invited Donald Trump to a golf tournament in Northern Ireland over the summer. So unless Donald Trump brings his wall to the Ireland, and I hope he doesn't, and I hope it doesn't even get an invitation, the old scoundrel. But look, to walk from where I live in County Monaghan to across the border into County Armagh, it's about half a mile over the fields, a comfortable down there. It'll be much more comfortable than trying to climb one of these mountains around Grenoble here. So look, that isn't a feasibility. So I think there's an over-concentration on this huge border position. I don't think it's in the outworking that we're going to be confronted with that stark position that you rightly have identified, that has been highlighted. But I think it's wide of the mark in the practical outworking of the situation, whatever happens.
Would you like to add something?
Other questions? We'd like to.
Otherwise, I have a question, but it's a very open-ended question. So we're in 2019. What do you think are the main challenges for the EU?
Well, Paul, do you want to take that first?
Yeah. What do you think? Well, it's intriguing, isn't it? I mean, I think the big thing, the big problem that people in the European Union have is increasing the rise of social inequality, economic exclusion, the denigration of minority communities, minority cultures, and I think the European Union. I mean, we could argue about the fact that it was never a social union; it was always driven by a form of German, Austrian ordoliberalism, and about the paternalistic state, and that was that's great. And I think along the way, because of the role of labour unions, mostly in Germany and France, and then latterly in Italy and Belgium, and then Scandinavia, I think that there was a domestication of capital and a drive towards making social Europe something which was. The majority of people we live in a capitalist society, but the majority of people could be part of that through the rise in social wage across a whole range of countries and so on. This is really vital, and I think that the attack on that, the social wage, the attack on worker rights, the attack on individual communities, and the attack on a whole range of historically fought for really, really precious freedoms. I think it's one of the things, but something called the European Union can't solve that. I think it's a focus of our attention, but I think people and communities, and including the labour movement and social movements, have to be at the forefront of trying to civilise Europe again. I think that would be the thing. You could say again, we can argue about whether it was, but let's say make it civilised again, because this is part of the early rhetoric. And I think that's the challenge within the European Union. And it was certainly in the case in the 1970s when the British labour movement argued for United Socialist States of Europe, that it could identify very important post-war gains across a range of countries. And of course, more recently, especially after what happened in Greece and the Republic of Ireland, it's been very difficult to argue that. But there's absolutely no reason why that couldn't be done if you're in the European Union, because if you can't, either you say you give up and you don't fight to make for better worlds, or we've got to change our analysis of things. So. You did ask, and I think Ireland will probably win the Six Nation Championship. And Ireland, of course, we're talking about Ireland North and South, but oh dear. And that's rugby, we're not talking about proper sports.
Yeah, I think the European Union, as constructed at the moment, is certainly facing a huge question mark over its future. When the economic crisis that started with the Lehman Brothers crash in 2008 impacted in Ireland in 2010, we found that we had borrowed a lot of money. Our banks had borrowed a lot of money from the big banks in Europe, and we faced a financial crisis where, under the normal rules of capitalism, those that take a risk, those that loan money to earn interest, pay the price in terms of a bad loan. The then European Commissioner Jean-Claude Trichet told Ireland that we were not allowed to burn the bondholders, that we had to socialise the debt to the extent of about approximately 70 billion euro, which in terms of the Irish economy, bear in mind that we have about 4 million people living in Ireland, that to socialise the debt of the bankers, the financiers, meant that in practice we had introduced measures that prevented us building social housing. We now have a housing problem, a homelessness crisis. It prevented us expanding on our health service. Now we have a two-tier health service where the wealthy can access health care. Those of us that haven't the same money have to go on a lengthy waiting list to receive health care, where privatisation has crept up. This has been somewhat disguised. The actual analysis has been disguised because we're talking now about Brexit and we're talking about the European Union and how much advantage we're going to possibly get if a handful of believe it or not, if a handful of bankers come from London who take up residence in Ireland, as if we didn't have enough bankers in the past to destroy the economy. We are experiencing that problem in Ireland. We have a two-tier economy. We have a two-tier social strata. It's not uncommon across Europe. And this, I would argue, is the underlying cause for this, the rise of the far right. We're seeing the far right rise here in France. We're seeing it in Germany. Undoubtedly, we're seeing on the eastern fringes of the European Union, Hungary, Poland, Austria, Italy. We're seeing those countries where there are distinctively worrying and disturbing far right elements. We have to be very careful about using the term fascist because it requires a very tight definition. But we're talking about right-wing, ultra-conservative governments in power across parts of Eastern Europe, even down into Italy. We're seeing a contest here in France for the presidential election between Emmanuel Macron, a free marketeer on one hand, and as deemed a better option than the Le Pen. So those are the problems. Now, unless the European Union can address those issues, we have retreated from social Europe to have a neoliberal Europe. The centre cannot indefinitely hold unless there is meaningful change and this inequality is not addressed. So we could be confronted with the issue, can we reform the European Union? Then we're into the question of weighted majorities, vetoes. Whenever Poland decided to change the legal system, the president of Hungary said, well, I'll veto any criticism of Poland. Similarly, this is the underlying problem with changing the European Union. Hence, those of us on the left in Ireland and Britain advocated what we called a Lexit position. We said, let's get out. We've got to break up this neoliberal alliance that is preventing us taking the measures that would collectivise the economy, socialise the economy, and return to the communalisation of wealth.
Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to give the speakers a big round of applause.
And thanks to Nachi as well. Thank you, Nachi, for organising this session.
And they might be available in the halls for a few minutes if you want to get to talk to them. Thank you very much.
Allô? Bonsoir.
so. Presque, oui. Non. Je serai jamais prêt. Ouais, ouais. Sometimes it's harder to wait on the back. Yeah. Once you're in the middle, or you do. Yeah, let's go and look at this thinking. Des fois l'attente c'est difficile. Good afternoon. Thanks a lot for being here today and for having decided to attend a conference with a title that maybe was captivating but also misleading, possibly. So we will try to explain as soon as possible what it's about for those of you that don't know exactly what we will discuss. Many thanks to the GEM organizers for having given us this possibility to talk to you today, and also to the students that are helping us with this work, and also to you, those that are here and those that are following from afar through streaming. We proposed this topic actually last year because we thought that it could be very relevant for the place where we are. Even though this is a Festival de la Géopolitique, this is Grenoble. Someone says that this is the Silicon Valley of France. I don't know whether is the term is appropriate, but it's a place in which there is a lot of research, and for its nature is a collaborative research, collaborative development, and innovation, of course, and we will discuss about that. Before I go on, I would like to present in alphabetical order the three speakers that have kindly accepted to be here with us tonight, and I will start with Dr. Emilio Cavanese Strinati, that is Director of International Research Programs at the COA-LETI. After he will have the time to explain what COA-LETI is and what is his role more specifically. After we have here Dr. Thierry Fench, the Director of Innovation, Collaborations and R&D Efficiency for ST Microelectronics. And so they represent research at its best from a public research center and a private company here in Grenoble. And then I'm very, very happy to have with us tonight Professor Mark Smith, that is the Dean of the school, and he's also a professor in the what is the People, Organization and Strategy Department, and maybe you can explain a bit more what it's about. Now, before starting with the round table, I prepared very few slides that I would like to show you and to give some background context. And the first slide will be about the evolution of the framework programs. The European Research Transfer and Development Programs are not the only instrument of policies for science, technology, and innovation, but let's say that are the biggest one, or somewhat the most famous. So the first, I think it's interesting to know that the collaborative research at the European level started in 1971 with a COS conference, while the first framework program started in 1983. So the years you can see there were from 1984 to 1987. The total amount of funding for this first framework program was the equivalent of 3.3 billion euros. Let's go a bit faster. You see that there have been several framework programs. Today we are in the 8th, almost at the end of the 8th framework program that is called Horizon 2020, and we moved to 80 billion euros, so it's much bigger than before. And then I think it's important to notice that research is a competence of the European Union since 1986. Now, because I guess that most of you are French, so you want to know, okay, what is the role of France in all that? I can give you the data for the 7th framework program that went from 2007 to 2013, and French participants overall got slightly more than 5 billion euros. That is more than 11% of the total program funding. And so France, as a beneficiary country, was third behind Germany, that of course because of its size, and UK. UK, it's interesting that because it's a bit smaller than France, and the role of UK will be discussed a little bit, and the future of the role of the UK will be discussed later on. What were the topics in which France had a bigger weight, let's say? And you can see that were nuclear research, with more than 23% of the total funding, European funding in this field, and space. While, strangely enough, France was below average in agri-food, energy, and environment. If we talk about the latest program, the Horizon 2020, we saw that France has applied 90,000 times. So basically there were organizations in 90,000 applications. And even though France is 5th in terms of applications, number of applications, it's still 3rd in terms of funding received. So this means, or may imply, that France organizations apply a bit less than the others, but with a higher tax, our rate of success, maybe because they are better than the others. Then we will also ask about this to our speaker. What we mean by collaborative research and development. The Horizon 2020 has 3 big pillars. One is basic science, and the other one is industrial development and integration, and the third one is implementation of solutions to social and economic problems. Okay, what is one of the reasons why we decided to propose this roundtable was because in most programs it is required that the consortium is an international consortium with a certain number of partners and a certain number of countries. So this obliges often organizations that want to apply to search for partners that they may know, or maybe they don't know, but for various reasons it could be instrumental to have them in the partnership, in the consortium. Now, there were a couple of things that impressed me, and one of them is a report from 1997 that you can see on the left side, and is a report about the 4th framework program. So we are talking about more than 20 years ago now. And this report said European Union framework program of research and development is not fulfilling its promise. It lacks focus and is underachieving. Now, I have to say that I've been involved several times in projects, and I've not always been very, very happy with the results. And I had some difficulties in understanding why the project officer that often manage for the Commission these projects were not able to do a better job. And then I crossed this other paper by 2001, and this paper says that Esprit is a program, was a program on information and communication technologies that now has been replaced by IST program. And there was this sentence that I think it's very telling. So Esprit has always been a political construct in which innovation theory and even technology itself are subservient to political ends. So somewhat they declare clearly that even though in name is the collaboration is about research, is about innovation, practically it's about politics and more explicitly political integration of countries that maybe they are not so used to work together. So I put there a sort of provocatory title, is are this program designed for moderate success? So it's not even asked to be successful. I think hopefully I'm provoking you with these questions. So I will go quickly to my last slide. That is a question. A question that we will try to debate along this round table. First one, is it legitimate to foster political integration through forced collaboration in a strategic area such as research and development? And if so, are there trade-offs between excellence and inclusiveness? Because either you search for one or you search for the other. And how you citizens, taxpayers, can be sure that funds are spent effectively and not just for political ends that they haven't voted for. So this is my introduction, and maybe I can start now asking our speakers in the order that they prefer. I don't know whether still in alphabetical order or to tell about, start presenting their company and their experience, their company organization and their experience with the European project, so we have a bit of context also for them. And maybe you should take a microphone. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Maybe Thierry can start and then.
Okay, if you want. Okay. Thank you, Michele. Thank you very much. So I'm working with ST Microelectronics. So I manage innovation, and we are a European company. Very, very important. So ST Microelectronics, this is 46,000 employees all around the world, but mainly concentrated in France and Italy. We have around 10,000 employees in France and 10,000 employees in Italy. And we are 6,000 around Grenoble. We have a big, I would say, research center, development center in Grenoble, 2,000 people. And then we have a plant, but also, I would say, silicon development center, technology development center in Crolles. So 6,000. We are the first private employer of Isère. And now we are definitely the first European microelectronic manufacturer. And we should be about the 5th or the 6th worldwide. So we are a European company. And even we can say we are the South European company with our main plant in France and in Europe. In fact, we are producing 60% of our product between France and Italy, and we are exporting 95% of what we are producing. So I think it's a very good model. Microelectronics is very costly. You have to invest a lot of money. Some machines in our plant, they are tens of millions of euros. And so it's capital intensive. So when public offices are helping us, we don't say no. And in fact, our competitors in some other area, like in China, like in Korea, they are heavily helped by their government. So for us, it's a process we use and a constant discussion we have with the public offices. So that's about the funding. Then collaboration. So we have been always collaborating. Locally, we have been always collaborating with the CEA. And in fact, we are still heavily collaborating. Different kind of collaboration. Bilateral collaboration, collaboration through institutes like IRT. I was just before this meeting in IRT. And also European program. So we have all this panel of tools that can help us to lead our R&D. But this is really because we are also a strategic industry. So what are we doing in ST? We are doing all the chips you will find, for example, in all the connected objects. You don't know it, but 30% maybe of the electronic in your phone is coming from ST and has been designed around here. Your phone is assembled in China, but what is inside, really the value has been developed here. So we are a high-tech company. Even in your car, you can have several hundred of ST components inside your car, you don't know. Even in your coffee maker, you will find a product from ST. So we are not visible directly, but we are behind, but we are in many applications. Our production, I have the number for 2017, was 30 billion devices. So it's like 85 million devices per day. So you can see what kind of supply chain we have with our manufacturing center. In France, we have a lot of R&D. On the 46,000 people, we have 7,400 people working in R&D. We are investing 50% of revenues each year in R&D. If you have seen our plant in Crolles, you have seen we are making extensions because we are in a very good period. Semiconductor is, fluctuating on waves. Now we are in a good period. We had a growth of 20% in 2017, and we had 16% last year, almost 16% last year. So this is a good time. We are hiring a lot. Last year we hired 200 operators and 200 engineers locally. So this is a very good time, and I will okay. I think okay. I will come back to the collaboration after. Yes.
Okay. So I work for CA Leti in particular. So okay, CA. CA is a French company, actually a French technological research center, founded just after the Second World War, and the first aim was to work on nuclear power. But then actually evolved. There are many branches. We have 16,000 researchers, which actually for a research center is quite a number. And in particular, I work in a branch, which actually is microelectronics, Leti, and we are about 2,000 people. My specific work in the company has been for many years to be the person in charge for international collaboration on the topic of security, telecommunication, and embedded sensors, which embrace about 300 to 400 people in the group. And since a couple of years, I'm the scientific innovator director in the company. And actually, we have been working since many years, since FP6 at least, on European project. And we have actually experienced many goodness of this collaboration. We'll tell later. But actually, I start my journey with Europe as an Erasmus student, and I end up as a reviewer for project proposal and an evaluator. And I would say that actually, I will tell later, but it's a really interesting journey for myself, for my group, and I would say also for Europe.
Okay. Hi, my name is Mark Smith. So I'm Dean of Faculty, as Michele said. I'm also Professor of HRM in the Department of People, Organisation, Society. I think I'm here for two reasons. Firstly, since the early 90s, I've worked on many European projects, but not in the domains of my neighbours. I've been working mainly on social issues. So particularly around the area of social policy, how policies are transferred and diffused between countries, how countries adopt best practices. It took a focus on gender equality and how that is one of the competencies of the European Union. So that's been a kind of common theme through different projects. And I've worked on. I just joined at the start of an end of an FP5 project, and then I worked on FP6 and FP7 and various other projects for the EU as well. With my other hat as being in charge of the the academics here in Grenoble Calder Management, we have many ongoing European-funded projects as well, based around technologies, but also around social issues. So, for example, around the individual's use of energy. And the European Union is particularly interested in that, both for the use of technology, but also in terms of dealing and combating climate change. How do customers respond to changes in technology and impulsions to change their behaviour? So I've seen European projects from different sides, as a researcher, somebody who's led projects, but also somebody who works with academics who are now working on those projects themselves.
I take this one. Okay, thank you. I think it's time to go to the second question. That is a bit more about not what you have done, but why your organization and yourself participate to European projects. What are the benefits that you find, both in terms financial maybe, but also which other kind of benefits are in your experience? So maybe you can, yeah, so we have...
So the why and the what. For the why, you may have guessed I'm British, and as Michele's statistics showed, the British universities, British research institutes are very successful at gaining resources from these European-funded projects. So I started at Manchester University, and there we were very active in applying for and succeeding in gaining research funding. So it was a kind of a driver strategy of the university to leverage research funding from Europe for national research programs, for overlaps with existing national funding, but also as a way to bring in new researchers and have greater research output at the university level. So I think we might come to Brexit later on, but I think this is a very interesting topic now in the UK, because we say research-led universities. There are many of them in the UK, and they're very successful at gaining access to these resources for social science type research that I've been involved in, but also the technological and innovation type research as well. The reason I think we were involved is also one of the justifications I would give is really that it's only when you step back from your national context that you realize what's going on and able to challenge what's going on in your own country, in your own context. Those things you take for granted, whether it's how you do innovation or whether it's how you organize the labor market, which is my interests, you only see that when you stand back. And so through comparative research, it's almost like a tool to do that, because you can say, how does this happen in country A compared to country B? And that's really advanced our understanding of the way labor markets work, the way social policy works, and our understanding of different social trends that sometimes have look very different between countries, but also have commonalities. So there's a real benefit for advancing knowledge and understanding what's going on in your own country, because you have that perspective by standing back and seeing what goes on in another country. And I suppose that's the spirit of this geopolitical festival. And I suppose the third thing I'd say is just there's an opportunity for exchanging on methodologies and ways of doing research that help us advance the European level research, because there's often in management and social sciences there's a leading edge in the United States, and it's important to challenge that because there's a certain perspective, and having a European notion of research and what responsibility means for organizations, for example, is particularly important. Maybe perhaps that's a political with a small p agenda, but I think, but in terms of a pluralist society, having that debate, I think, is particularly important.
Thank you. So the why, what's actually is a complex answer. There are many why. I would say the first one, maybe not in order of priority, is actually we are a research center. So we need to conceive 5 to 20 years in advance the future technology. To give an example, some of you already heard about 3G, 4G. Some of you heard about 5G. We're working on 6G at the end. So we're really working on things that will never appear before 2030. So how you do that? You can have smart people in your company thinking about solutions. But at the end, if you stay in a closed loop, you actually don't feed the people in the right way. So first reason is collaboration is actually important because you learn from the others. You learn also teaching to the others. Second point, actually, when you collaborate, it's kind of competition anyway. And getting competition in a system, actually you also get goodness of your people, because people start trying to be better, try to advance and learn more. So you actually compare with the others, and comparing with the others also you learn. And when you eventually set up a team within a project, in a context and so on, you learn with different attitude of people, different type of management, different way of finding solution, comparing, benchmarking your solution with solution of others on the same country or different country, and then your group grabs actually in the competence and so on. Just to give a number, again, we are about 16,000 people in my company, and we already reached more 1 million people we have collaborated through these projects. So it's a completely another kind of number. It's another kind of stimulus you have with the people. The other thing also for the people in the company is good, because at the end, you are somehow giving them the opportunity to have another kind of experience. They're working for the company, they work in the office, but also experience something outside. They learn something more in another way that you're not able to exchange with them. Because there's another way of speaking, of thinking, or challenging them that you cannot give as your structure management. But there are many other reasons. One reason is because when you have to do research, you take a risk. Now, when you have to take a risk and put a budget, it's tough. So if you find a political framework where actually focus on a challenge and give you the opportunity with a budget, then actually you can, with your group and your ecosystem, where you build together a project, go in a risk, limiting your risk. There are many other reasons, but I will let you.
Okay, so what I was telling you is that our industry is strategic and capital intensive. It means it's very expensive. So there are some ways by this collaboration in order to share the projects and be complementary, and so build together can be at a better price. We are not collaborating only with Europe. Of course, we are collaborating with ecosystem in Singapore, US, Asia, Korea. So, but in Europe, we have several. So I will talk about collaboration for technology, electronic, microelectronics. So if you look at Europe, we have several ecosystems. There is here, Grenoble. There is Netherlands with Leuven. There is Dresde in Germany, and there is around Milano. And in order to get some synergy inside Europe, all this has to work together. So most of the huge plan we have with Europe, they are involving these different ecosystems. So it goes even further. We are structuring this ecosystem. For example, we are developing a new electronic process here in Kroll, but we want Dresde to use it, and so we'll collaborate in order to have this pervasion of our technology. Maybe it's not necessary several actors develop the same technology. Maybe we can collaborate and then have a licensing agreement. So it's good for us to optimize the cost. I was talking about funding. Funding coming from the Europe for a group like us. I had the question. It's I mean, you will get a fund for 20% of the expense on the project. All the rest of it is invested privately by the company. So it's not like we are fully paid. But what is very important is when we are working, for example, in Grenoble, we are this situation, we are the leader of the project, but for example, Leti or one lab in the university is working with us, and they can be funded at 100%. So when we are participating and making consortium local and European, it's not only good for us, it's good for all the research which is around us that we are helping to put together a project. It has been really the case. Maybe you heard about Nano 2017. It was a state program. And just this day, now it has been agreed, the big European program, IPCEI, for microelectronics. And there are 29 partners over 4 countries in Europe, showing the ecosystem. And in France, we have more than 70 partners going from small companies, research lab, that will benefit of all this flux of funding in order to help them to do their research. The money is not given like that. Huh? This has to be something, this is justified by the risk. You take the risk to do something you should not have done without going inside this project. So this is the way it is. This is the meaning of this kind of things. And also, for example, for this program, we have a mission of spillover, which means our R&D then has to be disseminated also in Southern Europe, Eastern Europe, in order to contribute to the overall development of Europe.
Thank you, Thierry. I have a sort of political question now, because of course organizations like yours will be able to finance your research and development even without European funds. But maybe smaller organizations, they really need these European funds in order to do their research. At the same time, we know that the budget, the national budget devoted to research and development varies across the countries, the EU 27, 28 countries. And there are countries that mostly are abdicating the role of having a national policy for science and technology to the European funds. Do you think that this can be negative in the long run, or somewhat it's good that there is this integration? Because again, the Festival de la Géopolitique is called Union ou Désunion Européenne. But how is possible to think about going back to the national states when the national states are not able to have any more as a national science and technology policy? So maybe I start, I don't know. Because I saw a concern, I can say, possibly in Italy, public funds for research are declining, and there is an increasing reliance on European funds. Is this good? Is this bad? Maybe Emilio can start.
Yeah, so from a point of view, it depends which is the view you have on the problem. Because think about Europe. You can tell, why we have to spend money on countries that don't have any track on research and innovation and so on, and why we don't concentrate the 2, 3, 4 countries that have really pillar for that. But if you see from a more global scale, Europe is competing with China, US, and so on. So actually we need a critical mass. So leveraging knowledge from countries where maybe there's not a culture yet, but if you can raise the average level, then actually you have a much larger number of people, intelligence and brains that can bring innovation to Europe. So if you think Europe as Europe, not anymore like in the 18th century, 19th century, like a nation and so on, but as Europe, it's very important to rise up the level, because we are not having anymore the fight between France, Germany, Italy, Greece. We have the fight, the real fight is between Europe and other areas in the world where actually the critical mass, the knowledge critical mass is very large.
So I'll come back to my Brexit story, because I think the illustrates maybe what you were saying, in that the European funds have replaced to a large extent, or to national funds, certainly in some big science projects. But I think that's also, certainly in a country like the UK, it's still allowed for the national funding to focus on particular priorities, leaving some maybe bigger challenges to be left to the European level. And I'd agree 100% with what Emilio says about accessing different perspectives, a wider pool of talent. But I think there's also a responsibility for a group of nations like the European Union to diffuse that culture of research and diffuse that culture of sharing knowledge. Because if you think where there's a research take place in academic institutions like here at Grenoble College of Management. And the researchers that do that, they're also teachers. So that diffuses that knowledge towards future populations. So and that could be in training future managers like us, but it could equally be in training future researchers, future engineers, future scientists. So I think there's this dual edge of advancing knowledge, but also diffusing knowledge and diffusing a culture of being critical about knowledge and being critical about where it comes from, and inspiring people to be researchers. I'll stop there because otherwise I can talk for a long time.
For me, the European size is very important for standardization. In my team, I have a medical program, so not only microelectronic, pure microelectronic, but something with the application, because we have to look at the application in order to understand how our technology has to evolve depending on the use of society. So particularly, we are not a medical company, but we are leading this program because we are providing all the basic technology to be able to make medical devices that are connected, that people can bring home, and also things they can put on them in order to see if their heart is okay and things like that. And this is the big program. We have a big group in Germany. We have a big group in Spain, and we have the Grenoble ecosystem. So we are working with the CHU, we are working with Medtronic, we are working with Fresenius, we are working with Orange, we are working with some insurances, all the value chain. And this is very important. We are not doing something Franco-French. When we meet the Spanish people or German people, we talk about security, privacy of the data. It's very important we define something like RGPD, at European level. This is very important. And for standardization, I think we should not get for this. And for this, it is not, these programs are coming more and more not to be, it's not research, fundamental research. It is RDI. It is research and development for innovations, which means there has to be business, there has to be growth, there has to be new jobs created behind. And for that, we don't have so much time to define the standards and be able to do something at the European size.
Thank you, Thierry. Maybe I go to a more specific part of the questions and the round table. Actually, you know that the title of this round table is In Bed with a Smart Stranger. Of course, it's a metaphor, but I would like to know whether you ever find yourself in this situation when you start a consortium for a project. And is this something good or may have, how to say, different outcomes depending on which factors? So I would like really to start discussing the mechanisms that somewhat today are present in these framework programs. And how do you feel? Again, I have to say that maybe your perspective is the perspective of very large organizations in which you possibly impose your voice on smaller partners. I may be wrong on that, but on this I would like to know your experience and your feelings. Who wants to start? Who wants to tell us about your stories with smart strangers? Were they smart or not really?
In fact, we are in bed with a lot of smart locals here. So, and this is very good because we are a very active ecosystem. But when you look at consortium, sometimes it is a funny situation. In the consortium, for example, I would say our main competitor in Europe is Infineon, but we can have a consortium with Infineon. And we will work on a specific step in the manufacturing, and we will share. And we want to make consortium with very smart stranger, because this is we are certainly a smart stranger for others, but then it will help. It is very important we introduce small companies. For example, medical project I was talking to you, there are 2 startups which are ready to do, because the objective of that, of course, is our evolution in technology, but this is economical growth. But what is very interesting, okay, there is a lot of legal work, on the I would say IP property and IP rights. Huh? So we have a consortium agreement, which can be quite heavy. Because this is one point. Huh? I mean, this program, I mean, in order to make the proposal, then the reporting, then the administrative structure is sometimes a little bit heavy. Huh? And it's a lot of work to organize that. So we have dedicated teams for that huh? in relation with Brussels or in relation with the governments, French and Italians, because it can be heavy. So we have also to help small companies to access to this possibility, because they access not only funding, but they access also contact, I mean, European contact with many partners that can become then a business partner. This is the objective in Europe. But we have to help them. And in fact, locally, we have clusters that are helping them to set up their project proposal. And also we are going to them to say, are you interested to be in this consortium? And so we can help them to be there. And sometimes also these small companies are very, very smart.
Thanks. So it's not a very easy question to answer, because there are many angles I can tackle. But say that, first of all, if you are a small company, if you're a new newcomer in the context, it's very tough for you to find a consortium. Very tough to find a consortium makes sense. You can find very, I would say, consortium not structured that will never win, because at the end of the day you have groups that have a success rate of 0.01% and groups have a success rate at least of 20-25%. Okay, so if you want to be on the big one, actually normally there's always someone introducing you, or you're doing something exceptional for which you're at the interest of the people. So it's quite unusual to have a smart stranger that is not known in the community, except if you're starting a business, except if you're starting being a smart stranger somehow. So at the end, okay, my company has kind of quite experience in European projects, so we are in a position most of the time either to building a consortium or suggesting a consortium or having an idea about the partner. But in any case, if someone is working in the community and there's a track, you can see who is, so it's not a stranger. And if someone is just coming there, yeah, actually, normally either you challenge them and then it's not anymore a stranger, but you challenge them, or you just kind of desperate and I'm partner with you don't know, I mean, whatever. So normally you don't go in bed with a smart stranger.
So I've been involved in projects where there's been 27 or 28 partners, so there has to be one from every country. And I've been involved with projects where there's maybe 10 partners, but they have the consortium has had to have a certain mix of new, we stopped calling now new and old member states, but there's member states pre-2005 and after 2005. I think I'd say there's always a certain heterogeneity among your partners, and some are more smart than others, but not necessarily the way you think. You have surprises. So there are surprises both because there are particularly innovative people or innovative research teams that are from a country that you know nothing about, or a research institute you know nothing about, and bring a new angle on a particular topic. And the second thing, there are surprises that you learn about countries that you go, well, why have we got... I always pick on Luxembourg, okay? Because why have we got Luxembourg on in this project? But we had to have all 27 or all 28. But then you learn about the problems from a different angle. So one thing that maybe we don't know about Luxembourg, or you don't know about Luxembourg, is there are many, many cross-border workers who live in one country and work in Luxembourg. And if you're interested, like I am, in terms of labour market policies, what labour market policies apply? What social protection rules apply? How do you manage those people for their retirement, for their training, for their education? Who's responsible for those things? So this small country that's very wealthy, and maybe we think, well, why have we have somebody representing that country, gives us a unique angle on a particular problem. Equally, we had one of the last projects I was involved in was about the youth unemployment crisis. And we were looking at countries, some of the countries from the former East in the Baltic countries. They present a particular angle on the issue where many of their young people have gone overseas. They work in Ireland or the UK, etc. And that presents a whole new problem for countries that host those young people who now work in bars in Dublin or doing something else and maybe then settle down. But equally, what's happened to the young people at home who are left? So there's always these surprises that come from both the people you work with, but also it presents a new light on a particular problem or a particular social challenge in my line of work that you may have only looked at from the perspective of a big country, the country that receives migrants, for example, or the country has a more standard youth unemployment problem. So I think there's winners and losers. There are some partnerships, some research results which are less interesting than others. But generally for me, it's always a positive and always finding new sort of surprises that challenge our assumptions, which goes back to the comment I made earlier about looking at problems from many angles.
For a small company, if you want to be visible, I think I said it, but you have to be part of a cluster. Like we have Minalogic. And in fact, a company which is in Minalogic, which is a pôle de compétitivité in France, so it's a cluster. There are some events. They can show what values they bring, and then they can be contacted to be part of a consortium. In ST, we are building the consortium. We go to a brokerage event. Brokerage event, it is where the organisms are proposing project goals, and then we go with some project proposals. But of course, these project proposals, we spend time with people and we spend time to build a consortium. There are many, depending also, you can be in Tenerdis if you are in the energy. There are also the KIC, which are also some organisms that will help you to become visible in order to be attracted as a partner in a European project. So you have to be visible. For example, this is where Gorgi Timing, maybe you know. We met them, or Fresenius, we met them in a Minalogic event, and then they became partner in several projects with us.
Thank you, Thierry. Sorry if I insist a bit on that, because my experience is sometimes that you look for partners at the last minute because there is a requirement to be filled. And again, of course, maybe in your case, you are the center of hubs that are already very, very large, so you don't have this difficulty in finding partners. But I wonder whether sometimes you will prefer, you mentioned before Infineon, you like maybe to work only with your peers at your level, and you have to be distracted, maybe in your case, I don't know whether by the hospital in Luxembourg, that of course can provide a different point of view, but at that moment, I don't know whether this is more serendipity or you create a device, let's say, for opening your perspective. So I don't know whether in your experience you ever felt, you or the projects that you have participated, you know about, ever felt obliged to have a partnership that was bigger than what should have been in order to be effective in terms of delivery as technological advance? Who wants to take it?
Not talking about technological advance, but I think there is sometimes you are forced to find other partners, but then I think it's important to think about the counterfactual. If you only made a network or a consortium with your three friends, then European funding would be just focused on Italy, France, and the UK, and there would be this increased gap between those friends that were there before and the new countries. So I think it's important to integrate new partners that may bring new perspectives, that may not necessarily bring new perspectives. I think one thing that's important to note, at least in my experience, is when you have a consortium, the consortium is not fixed. You might have funding for 3 years or for 2 years or for longer. But whatever you committed to at the start evolves, and there's a kind of dynamism between different members of the consortium. So if somebody is not living up to their promises, they don't continue to get the same resources. Whereas maybe somebody who had few resources at the start, but actually turns out to be rather innovative or successful, or has a more interesting topic to develop, then it's possible to move resources around. So I think that allows for both focusing the resources on where there's value added from the consortium, but also to the consortium can live and breathe and learn, and so perhaps to take advantage of larger number of members. But then if you have people who are redundant, those people then their weight and their in terms of the project also is reduced as well. But I would say on balance from my experience, is having this large number of in the consortium is a positive. And if I think about just having this project with people you knew at the start, then what are we really going to find out if we only ever do the same thing over and over again with our same group of friends that we started with?
Okay, again, there are at least two types of contexts you have. Either you are the owner of the hotel and you have someone goes in bed with a stranger in your hotel, or you are a guest and I have that experience. So actually, if you are the coordinator of a project, so you're the owner of the hotel, then actually when a stranger comes to your project for one reason or another, then actually you have a very specific tool in the management, which is what they call the risk management. So you need to definitely plan for if things doesn't go in the right way, because at the end of the project you have to deliver. Okay, so if you have a stranger, it's kind of, you give an opportunity, but you also need to be wise enough to have a management structure and tools for which you can react to problems that can come. If you are just a partner, so just a guest at the hotel, you can experience you in a way you want what happened to you, or you can be concerned and conservative. By the way, somehow the journey, for you, it's just a journey, you're not the captain in the boat.
What is good is diversity. I take an example. Let's take a program which is artificial intelligence applied to Industry 4.0, which is quite an important subject now. We can work with competitors. We will get more efficient, and we can partner with them on such kind of project of improving mutually our capabilities. Then this is very important. We are working with RTOs. Research Center, Leti, CEA, but also Fraunhofer Institute, but also IMEC, but also because I think the ideas has to go around. Nobody has real truth, and we are always getting richer with a good collaboration. Then of course, small companies. They need to have some economical stability. So sometimes startups are not allowed, but there are some projects have open calls where we make open calls for startup in order to intervene on some part of the project also. So, but diversity, I think, is very important. For sure, if you are a leader, you have more power in order to make the consortium the way you want. Yes. And also, I cannot hide, there are a lot of lobbying discussions. We know each other between the companies. But this is also a way to know better a partner, and at the end, it can be a very good business. It can have a very good impact on the business.
Just add another perspective. If you was given a grant, so the European Commission, when you evaluate a project, I don't know if you ever done that, but when you evaluate a project, actually there's two sides of the coin. First one, you want to have newcomers, strangers, because you open it on the consortium and so on, different kind of. But then when you evaluate, you trust more who you know. So it's complex as well there, because at the same time, also when you evaluate, I can tell that this partner will do the job because there's a file track and so on. There's kind of, but if it's a new incomer, who knows? So you take a risk. So when you evaluate, actually normally you don't want to take risk. So it's one side tell we should wide up and actually have more and more new partners. But at the same time, when you evaluate, you feel like kind of constrained to the thing to say, then if this one doesn't do the job, what we do?
Thank you. You both work for organizations that have dozen projects at the same time. My experience was with smaller organizations, and often one of the frustration that we had was that when the money of the project was over, the relations with the other partners were over. No matter how smart they were, and the fact that they were not stranger anymore. And so when it comes to really, one of the objectives that we say that maybe is, or possibly is in the European Union mindset to facilitate this integration, this creation of lasting bonds, I've seen that it doesn't work so well. Again, especially if you don't have the opportunity to work in your domain, a very specific domain in which the champions are very clear and there is a limited number. So how do you feel about that? It's good that we meet a lot of people and we have a lot of diversity and we experience several points of view. But is it also, there is also the risk of starting again and again at each and every call, trying to figure out who can be the right person or right organization for this call, but without really building any real network? What's to start with that?
So actually, it really depends how you do the work. What we do, for example, we have roughly 1/3 of the partners that we know very well. So we have a core team, which is roughly 1/3, and then actually we have 2/3 of our other partners that maybe we know very well, we don't go every time with them. So if you have 1-2 project proposal per year, actually the number is small, and then you can't really have a specific plan. But when you go having like 20, 30, 50, 80, few hundreds per year, which is numbers that goes in our companies, actually in that you can have a very marketing strategy, very partner strategy for which you conceive specific framework for which you say, in that kind of family topics, we should do something together, we build something together. You think even before the call is going out. You really have a strategy, long-term strategy. In that case, you do not start again, you just integrate new partners or new competence. So but you have a core that works anyway, and then you add features that makes them nicer what you do.
I'll be quick because I think there's just a few minutes left. I think I would say it's like any project in life, and where you internally to the same organization or externally, where you do some things together, and then the next project you take certain skills with you, but you also take people who are available. So I've experienced where there's been a European project, and the next project takes maybe a third, as Emilio says, for the next project from the last project, but maybe some new people. But then even in parallel with an existing project, my last FP7, there was national projects that spun off, funding other European partners. So I think there's kind of mix. You have a party, you invite different people at different times. And so I think that's kind of normal. And one of the great advantages of being a researcher is that you work with people that you get on with, or that you feel you can advance a project with. So I think it's kind of life. You can't force these relationships. You can be guests in the hotel, but maybe the people who stay in the hotel for a little bit, in Emilio's hotel for a little bit longer, are the ones you would like to stay in the hotel for a bit longer. But then that leaves a space for new people to join the hotel. So.
In fact, it has to say a business process and a business growth process. When you are partnering, you are building relationships, and then if you go to real product, a real project outcome, then the network will, if it is good business, if you have made a good work, normally the network will become very sustainable. We had a great example, European-wise and locally, for example, for imaging technologies. Maybe you don't know, but we are really an ecosystem, at world level, for imaging technologies. It means the camera in your phone. It means 3D identification of the people. So we are doing a lot of pixels. And so we had a big program, European program, Police. And this has helped us to make very intense collaboration between ST, Soitec, Ulysse, Sofradir, Pixelis, which are names you will find around, but also with RTOs and also, of course, the Leti, which and this is very strong because in different ecosystem and as European, we are fighting together. And then from this research, we have very, very big customer, I will not say the name, that are coming to us in order to put and to realize they have understand that together we have in Europe, together we have built up technology which are unique for their usage, and they come to see us. And this is really an example of how strong we can be when we are united in order to keep Europe winning.
Thank you. I think there is time now for a few questions, if there are. You have been patiently listening to us. Okay, thank you. Maybe you can introduce briefly yourself.
Yes, I'm Pamela. I'm doing an MBA here at Grenoble École de Management. And I have a question on which criteria these hotel guests are evaluated in order to be eligible to enter the consortium.
Well, when you are building a consortium, of course, you have a project theme, and then you are defining work packages. And effectively, each member of the consortium he has something to bring inside the project in order to contribute and make the project consistent with all the actors.
So there are different levels. First of all, about expertise. So actually you have some, as you're saying, some expertise you need for the project. But it can also be partners that are very good in writing a proposal, partners that are very good in performing a demonstration or validation trials. Partners have access to specific resources you need. Let's say you have a project with the drones, you need a company that has drones or last type of drones, whatever, then you need that kind of company. It can be as well that you need a specific nation for equilibrium of your partnerships, and then you change a bit the major choice you have, and you have another subset of partners you look for. So it's a compound of thing, but normally when you have a specific expertise, and this expertise is known, or you have specific things you can bring to the project, make the difference on the top you do, actually this kind of partner can really have access and have his key in a hotel.
So I'd agree that it's based on expertise. And as researchers, we look at how long people have been working in the area, how many publications they have, their experience of managing and delivering results from other projects, which is important. But I've seen in the time I've worked as a researcher on different European projects that definition of expertise has opened up slightly. So the last project I worked on, and I think in the case of many European projects now, there's a notion of impact. And so that goes beyond just producing new knowledge, and they bring in consortium members who can perhaps leverage that knowledge to touch. I sometimes say normal people, not that we're not normal, but they were in the last projects I was involved in. There were people who were campaigning for youth groups and youth interests at European level and national level. So they didn't necessarily get lots of resources, but they were included as a way to say, well, to share different outcomes. And really say, well, how can we actually help in the situation we were interested in was the youth unemployment crisis. And so I think that's interesting to say, to expand the definition of expertise for people who are NGOs in youth, but also researchers in youth or researchers on labour market policies, etc.
Okay, I have experience with that. I mean, we can talk about the reviewers. Because when you make a proposal, it doesn't mean it will be accepted. So there is a board of reviewers. Sometimes there are people of your company in the reviewers. Sometimes there are people of your competitors. But this is really a big dissemination of ideas. But when there are reviewers, they have to be ethic. So they have to judge the value brought by your program. So, which means we are very careful to build up a good consortium, and then we are very careful to build up a very good project proposal. In fact, there are many guidelines we have to follow, and particularly on the outcome or spillover or things, we have to be very careful. We are composing the right consortium concerning to that. Because when you are doing such a project, of course, you receive money from Europe or from the state, so you are under control. So we have this board of reviewers. And we have to prepare reporting to them. And so we are closely follow up to be sure the program is going on well. And on the consortium, you really want to analyze the motivation, because somebody which is not there to listen to what is happening and not contributing, which can happen, could be really an issue.
Other question from the field? Okay.
Hello, I'm Fidelis. I'm a prepper student in Paris. You stressed that within the framework of RDI, the EU could provide companies with some funds. So to the extent that the EU is the one providing, does it entitle you to share your advances, especially if they can serve medical purposes, or these funds not binding?
I think your question is very much also about intellectual property rights, whether the results of the projects can be somewhat diffused or they are remain proprietary of the...
Basically, does receiving funds from the EU entail you to share your advances, or these funds not binding? Like, can you do everything you want with these funds, or do you necessarily have to share what you will have produced, for instance?
Okay, there are the different way of doing, actually. There are two standard way of doing, which actually one is more academic oriented, the other one is more industry oriented. So one in the academic means that actually everybody is free of using license on the joint intellectual property. And the other one is actually in the more industrial one, where actually you really need to ask the rights of the others in order to do something out of the consortium. So, and then you have whatever you want in between, because it's a negotiation between partners. But normally, what happened that if you do something before the project, that's a pillar for what happened in the project, it's your own intellectual property, then people have to pay a license for you. If you product something in the project and then you want to use for purpose of research, it should be, most of the time, it's kind of free licensing as far as you don't make money out of that. But when you start making money out of this intellectual property, then there are specific claims in the contract and depends about the negotiation.
Just say the projects I've been involved in have not produced licenses or in the same way. But for example, if you're a researcher, you're always interested in data, do surveys, results that you can use for and create your own results. And one of the requirements now of many European projects is those surveys that may have been designed as part of the project are made available to everybody else. So the idea is dissemination and sharing. So it's maximizing the number of people who can use those results after you have first chance to analyze the surveys and do publish results, but then other people are encouraged to do the same.
Of course, if you have a project with 50 participants in the consortium, or even 100, we had one with almost 100, you can imagine the legal paperwork. Huh? It's very, very huge, huh? But everything is discussed, and the IP property is very well defined legally. Huh? But our legal department are very busy in this case. Sometimes it's very long. Huh? The project has started, and the consortium agreement is almost finished. Then because there are many negotiations on this, of course.
So thank you. This is intellectual property right is a key issue, of course, in research and development. Is there any other question? Yes, please.
Yes, I am a taxpayer. I am interested. I have been surprised by the question on the screen: how European Union can make sure that funds are effectively spent. This is not my main concern. My main concern is, what about the return on investment of this, for example, 50 billion euro invested for 2020? How many patents have been delivered or will be delivered? How many people have been involved? How many companies? What is your impression, not as company or organization members, but from a global point of view, as European Union citizens, what about the results and the KPI used for evaluating R&D in Europe?
Very relevant question, very difficult to answer because I think there are direct effects that are quite straightforward and the indirect effects that are a bit more complex and take time also to reveal themselves. I don't know whether any of you has thought about that.
We are doing this analysis. We are requested by the public offices. For example, some of our programs can be funds from Europe, but also funds from the region and that are sponsoring the lab we are working with, of course. I mean, this is all reported. Like Nano 2017, that was a very important program here. We have made all the KPI, so publication, patents, and most important jobs created. I mean, I want to say that I would say our good results these days is coming from this program. If you talk about imaging, we had many collaboration and we had many European programs, and now we are hiring. Our partners are hiring. There is a growth for all these companies, and this is the result. And in fact, the idea is really to have a business and economical growth, particularly in the territory, when the labs are funded by the public offices. So I don't. We are analyzing this KPI. Okay, so the numbers are ready because it's really important for the public offices to analyze these KPIs. Particularly, they have to justify that some of their budget has been used for that kind of R&D. We have a new point now with La Métro. We are discussing particularly. Kate is here. They want also to demonstrate that what we are doing technologically is useful for society. So we are discussing because sometimes it's very, it's very abstract. You don't know. I mean, these chips, what are they doing? But if we show that we are using them to analyze the pollution, to take some measure for the mobility, and for some other process, it will become visible. It will make the technology better accepted, but we have to show that what the taxpayer is paying, what the citizen is paying, he has a return in terms of improving his life.
Just to follow up what I said before, the work I involved in doesn't involve producing patents, but I said the funders and our assessments are much more focused now on impact, and not impact in terms of how many publications, how many books I write that are read by 2 other people, impact on the rest of society. So there's a much greater weight in that evaluation process that Thierry mentioned around how many other stakeholders have been involved, how many times the results have been presented to government committees, to international conferences of politicians, so they're saying, well, these are the actual results of the studies we've done, but they're actually impacting upon policymakers, and then be the advances we learned from country A being implemented in country B, etc. And I think that reflects that concern of taxpayers, if you like, about where that money's going and having an impact in a broader sense.
Maybe, I don't know whether there are other questions, but maybe I have a last question for our guest. And the question is about Horizon Europe, so the next framework program. And of course, the discussion on priorities is still ongoing, so I will not ask you about that. But about the rules of the hotel. Shall the rules remain the same, or shall we have different kinds of hotels? You can speculate on that if you like, especially knowing that Brexit may happen. And of course, it will be a loss for the European research to lose these contacts with the British researchers and also all the researchers that are working in British institutions. This fact that may happen soon will oblige the European Union maybe to rethink some of the rules of this collaboration. Who wants to answer?
Well, Maybe I can start with probably the thing that actually we will not miss UK, not because we'll not miss them, because they will be there anyway. It's like with Switzerland, you know, at the end, if the government would align a matching funding, there will be partners that actually will be almost for free for the consortium, but there will be a matching funding from the country. So either will be, most probably for the good one, will be even easier to meet a European project. So at the end, we'll not get rid of them anyway.
I'd agree with Emilio. I think, like organizations, governments are ultimately practical and pragmatic, and so they will find a way for UK institutions to remain involved because there's certain expertise there. And UK institutions will wish to remain involved because they see the benefits of those open borders and sharing knowledge. So I think the hotel will remain fairly open, and maybe there's a different price for different rooms according to whether you're in the club or outside the club, but I think they'll remain open to everybody. And I think if I can add, I think the hotels should also perhaps focus on major societal challenges, and I think that's what the European Union as a political project and as a project that brings people together will demonstrate its impact for taxpayers, for society, for knowledge in terms of addressing major societal challenges, whether that's climate change, whether that's inequalities, intergenerational inequalities. I think is a particularly interesting challenge for the future, whether that's access to technologies or access to health or access to security. And I think that will be the ticket to entry for the hotel as well. The UK will be there, but I think demonstrating that you're doing something for the major challenges that society faces in the future will be the way to get into the hotel.
No, just to say that what is very important is that Europe is driving very important socially a project. They have social impact, environmental impact, silver economy. So this was the case for H 2020. I think it will be even more the case for Horizon Europe, where really this is to solve society issue. So I think environmental value will be very important. It means at that level we are not talking about I would say high power electronic. That will be below. It means if we have high power electronic, then we can make electric vehicles, then we can have less pollution and things like that. But at the top, there will be some environmental, societal values which are established, which will be pushed effectively and become a technological program afterwards. And this is, I think this is important to drive the technology globally that way.
Thank you very much, Mark, Emilio, and Thierry. Thank you very much to you that have been participating in this activity. Thank you very much to the students, technicians, very, very good. The technology for this time didn't have any glitch. That is a surprise. And hopefully we will see each other again. We can continue the discussion also outside. I just greet the people that are possibly watching this event on streaming. And see you next year, hopefully. Thank you. Bye.